Hello. Why, yes, I am having technical difficulties. I am so glad you all are here. And I am not alone today, thank goodness. So I don't have to talk to the void. You're here, and guess who else is here? It is the wonderful Zara. Yay! And surprise guest, Laura. Woohoo! All the way from Surprise! And then you know him. I love him. He just lives down the hall from me. It's Tom. Here we are. And as usual, like, the conversation has already started about the weather in the chat. Did anybody get any bad weather?
It was raining and like howling wind all of last night.
Ooh, howling wind.
It took me forever to fall. So like normally, if I'm already sleeping by the time weather gets loud outside, when I was younger, slept through it, no problem, never a question. Right. As I've gotten older, it's become more of it could wake me up. And then once I'm up, it takes me a bit to go back to sleep. But if I'm already sleeping before it starts, I'm still asleep for a little bit at least. I'm not instantly awoken. I didn't go to sleep until 4 a.m. this morning because I was too wired after like the weekend of the winter writer retreat, and I was chilling. So it wasn't that I was doing anything to like keep me awake. I just couldn't fall asleep. And then the time that I was finally like, I'm going to sleep, you know what I couldn't do? Sleep, because it was like...
It was so loud out there, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, the only thing that would make this louder was if it was hail or there was thunder.
Oh, wow. That's pretty intense.
Yeah, it was like really loud rain, and I was just like, oh.
Laura was saying like, what, 8 inches of snow?
Yep, 8 inches today.
Her building neighbor, the other building, it's like thigh high on their balcony.
I'm staring at it right now. I don't envy you.
We
have a little bit of buildup on my window, but there's like spider webs of frost.
Yes. So. Yeah, that's pretty cold when you get that.
Yeah.
All the time zones. Hello, cool gamer. We got lots of rain, theatrical rain, 34-degree lows, which the rest of y'all are like, that's literally nothing.
It's 24 right now.
It's super cold, but not freezing.
It's not freezing. Now, in the northern part of the state, because we're in the southern part of the state, they got like, I don't know, 6 inches of snow, I think, and ice. It's like intense. So they're in a disaster, but we're fine. I mean, we did our Hurricane Katrina, and then they buried the line. So, oh, y'all, like, to have electricity and Wi-Fi in a natural disaster, that's the blessing. To have Wi-Fi in a natural disaster so you can keep streaming while, you know, everything in chaos outside is awesome. So, yes. What is everybody drinking? Maggie's got a salted caramel latte. I have a Tom coffee. It's delicious. It's a latte.
I have water, and I have this because I had ordered in Sprite from a restaurant, and this is what they sent me a few days ago. And I like the taste enough that I'm like, oh, I'm not going to throw it out. But...
Right. What you got?
Cranberry ginger ale.
Night. Oh, that sounds really good. I have cranberry juice on ice. And I have water. I have all the liquids. Why, yes, we will definitely be doing bio breaks today. Yes, I think Kat would love some coffee. I think we all would. So, here we are. on a very special episode of Awkward Sibling Hour where we talk about finances, the thing people don't want to talk about. Let me tell you something about what I learned as a professional educator. Parents would rather be forced to talk to their kids about sex than about finances, particularly personal finances.
It's the opposite with my parents.
Please stop. Please never bring up any of that ever again. Do not tell me what you do on vacation.
But I mean, it is true. Like, school.
My mom's an only parent, and I didn't get either conversation from her.
Neither, really.
Nope.
I
I love my mom. I do.
Yeah.
She's very intelligent. She knows how to teach things. She didn't. I got there was this magazine called New Moon for Girls, and they had a like budget planner, and I read the like Berenstain Bear books. There was one about budgeting. There was one about like, I think savings in particular. Like, I don't remember, but like I read those and I had that little book and that was about it. I didn't really learn stuff. I've had to learn a lot of stuff just from my own Googling and things like that.
Mm-hmm. So, that is a good question though. Did anybody else, like in the chat, did your parents talk to you about personal finances, not just general finances or, hey, one day you need to get a money market account or something like that. But I mean, like, this is how we handle our family's checking. This is how we evaluate credit cards and stuff. Like, did anybody in the chat, how did your family talk to you about finances, or did they talk to you about finances at all?
Oh, here's the thing is I didn't get the general finance talk. I got our family handles finances by X and Y handle our finances. And it's not my mom. And I was like,
I feel like there's a certain stereotype there, but it's also adorable. But
I know, but I was like, the thing is that when I was younger, they scared me. So it's not like I was ever going to ask them to explain finances to me. And they have since explained finances to me. So like, I understand a bit better, but it's like, I definitely don't know as much as the other people on the screen.
We would get allowance monthly. And so we would sit around the table. My parents would divvy out the money, like from our money chores and stuff like that. So our big ticket chore got us 50 cents a piece. Like, yeah.
Yep.
So we would do that, and we would have envelopes and like, okay, you can put this much that you want to save for this and this much that you want to save for that. So we do like envelopes and stuff like that, which was cool.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes.
we did learn that, but like credit card stuff, not really.
Regina has popped in and said, just pop it in. My folks never told me anything about money. I graduated high school without knowing how to write a check or handle a checking account. And Maggie says, I got the sex talk from my mom's nursing school books and the finance talk from my grandparents who survived the Great Depression. So I guess I'll talk about my family's finance introduction when I was, when I was 6 years old. I was heavily into the strawberry shortcake world. The original one, not the remake. And the dolls were so pretty and cool, y'all, that when you squeeze their little tummies, their breath is scented according to their name. So strawberry shortcake had strawberry scented breath. And it was not like, oh, it smells like strawberries for a month. Y'all, it smelled like strawberries for at least a year and a half, just for me. But before that, I also had gotten lemon meringue pie. And lemon meringue, when you squeeze her little tummy, and she had blonde, is it blonde or is it bright yellow? But she had yellow hair. When you squeeze her little tummy, she smelled like lemons, not like lemon cleanser, like creamy lemon vanilla for a decade. That one lasted way longer than the strawberry scent. So I wanted the whole set. I wanted the little boy blueberry pie because I thought he would be like, I don't know. Honestly, if I had gotten blueberry pie, it may have turned into something else, like a communal living situation. My parents were saying no. And I was like, every week it was like, can I have blueberry pie? Can I have blueberry pie? And people were like, just can somebody make her a pie? My parents were like, no, she's talking about the doll. She wants the little boy doll. So my mother, to get me to quit, was like, fine, you're going to see why we cannot afford to buy you Blueberry Pie doll. And sat me down at 6 years old. On Sundays after lunch is when my mother would sit and do the checkbook. Maggie says my parents never made a budget, but I learned to meal plan for my mom because the paycheck would run out before the dry goods and canned garden. Yeah. So she would sit me down at 6 years old, since I already was starting to learn adding and subtracting. I couldn't read yet, and I would not learn to read fully till I was 9, but I could do numbers. And she would help me add and subtract the checkbook register. So are y'all all familiar with what a checkbook register is?
Yeah. I used to have to pay rent with checks.
My grandma taught me how to write, endorse, and balance. She taught me all the checkbook stuff. But yeah.
And like for anybody who maybe is watching later, I just want to at least show this very basic. This is my favorite one. This particular style, this very simplified style. This is my favorite one to use for my students, both my adult students and my younger students, when going over checkbook registers, because it is so simple that it's much easier to just jump in and start doing, since it is just an adding and subtracting situation. So if you want to play around, if anybody really wants to toe dip in the way that I would teach my students, again, I did not differentiate by age. I differentiated by skill knowledge. So this is what I recommend is look for, and this one is free under printables on the internet. And it's just, they call it a large print, but again, it's simplified. All it is you have check numbers. So what do you do without check numbers? Because who uses checks anymore? And the answer is you use transaction numbers. So think about like every credit card or debit card transaction you're doing, there is an individualized number there on your receipt. And that's where you write that in. And then the dates are important. And again, the date is whatever is on the receipt, not when you put it in. That is one that my students would often make that mistake. And I just wanted to mention it since it's a very common one of, as much as it feels like, no, I'm doing it today. And I understand that, but you are literally just putting into a unified format all your receipts, essentially. So think of it that way. Transaction description, what you put there is like the store or the company name. You can, on some of these, particularly if you're using a spreadsheet, you can make it so you have more room to then an explanation. Because what is Buc-ee's? You might not remember, since you're just driving through a state that has a Buc-ee's gas station and it just says Buc-ee's. And you're like, was this for deer? Was I buying deer corn? What is this store? So you can put in gas station, so that in part, when we get to later, you know what category to categorize this receipt in. So I will say, when doing check registers, it's very helpful to have a fine point pen or pencil versus a thicker point, like a 7mm is a little bit thicker. So having a 5 or even a 3mm pen or pencil can be very useful. So you have plenty of room, since you have your letters are not as thick. And I found even my kids, like when I was teaching 3rd and 4th grade, they found just having a finer point pencil or pen, like a mechanical pencil or a pen, actually made it where their work was more legible for them. So this is yet another opportunity for you to buy specialty pens if you're into that. I'm just throwing that out there for our stationary folk. So payment withdrawal is how much was the receipt, like, oh, you spent $12.46. And then, or deposit. So this is where you also put in your deposits. And you deposited somebody's, gave you cash, and you deposited at the bank $45. But you don't do it on the same line. It's different lines for different things. And then your balance. So that's where the adding and subtracting comes in. I just wanted to go over that really quick, just because that is how my mother introduced me to it. And it really took a lot of the daunting out that other people have experienced, a lot more intimidation learning it later. And so essentially be giving more advanced spreadsheets, even though their basic knowledge was still rudimentary, like mine was at 6. So my mother sat me down at 6 years old and said, here is the checkbook register, and taught me how to put things in. And then I would be in charge of adding and subtracting, and she would check my math. And then once we both agreed on all the numbers, I would then carefully write it in. And then she would go over it again because my handwriting wasn't great. And every week at the end of our Sunday checkbook session, she's like, so where's the money to buy blueberry pie doll? And the answer was, there's never enough. Blueberry pie doll was, I believe, like $12 or $14 at the time. And there was never $12 left to buy blueberry pie doll. And that was how my mother explained it to me. And every time I wanted blueberry pie doll or anything else, the answer was, come sit at the kitchen table on Sunday and you get to be in charge of the checkbook register. And so that went on for years because, yeah, there were things. I wanted a Tonka truck in order to cart around all my dolls.
Before they had the extended Hummers.
Yes.
The
That's
party
what I
Hummer.
wanted, was a Tonka truck to load up all my dolls and run them through the house like a party bus. Yes. And so, but just being able to run a checkbook register. Now, why? Why do we need to run a checkbook register when we now have online banking? And the answer is, the banks make a lot of mistakes, and you don't know that they're making mistakes all the dang time with your bank account unless you're also running your own register and comparing with what the online register says. And Tom did not believe me. Tom, tell us. How interesting was it to learn how far off the bank will get before they correct? And they don't always correct correctly, do they?
Not in your favor.
No.
But then again, I've also worked, at a medical office running some of the insurance and seen how even the software, sometimes it, debits correctly from the insurance payment for what, someone owes. And sometimes it just decides, now we're just going to deduct equally to everything, which throws off other payments. And suddenly the person's like, why do I owe $50 or $100? And it's the computer, it's the computer's error. That if, you weren't paying attention that day, just will crop up.
Yep.
Eek.
So,
yeah, I also found fraudulent charges on my credit card. Like somebody had stolen I was up here in Canada. Somebody in Kentucky was going to GameStop and KFC with my card. I was like, what the heck?
yes.
Yeah, no. My mom and I are always very on top of that. We'll see.
That ain't a stereotype.
That's what was on my credit card.
No, I just mean Kentucky, GameStop, KFC.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we can even go over how to tell if your account has been compromised before you ever experience real fraudulent charges. Because there are techniques that are used by scammers where essentially there's this, what I would like to call is a writer foreshadowing that banks don't usually pick up. But you, since you're running your account and you're looking at it, hopefully weekly, if not daily now, that you would pick up. And they are very small charges. That, what is it called? Milk crating or something?
Yeah, I don't remember what it's called now. It's been a while.
Yeah, we had written a whole article about this.
Because they're essentially testing to see, do you pay attention to your bank account? If the answer is no, then they know they'll have time to do this.
Yes. So, and I've talked to so many people who feel stressful about even keeping a checkbook register, even when you don't have checks. So it's called a checkbook register. If you want, just call it a register. Or you could call it, the happy place that you actually feel in control of your finances. You can call it what you want. But it is important to keep that register up. And doing it once a month while that would make sense, it can get overwhelming. People don't realize how many financial transactions they actually do in a month. So it can be,
especially with online shopping.
yes, it can, especially like when things are automated as well, such as online streaming subscriptions and frequent purchases from like Amazon and other places. Like these add up, and so it gets to be where you could easily have more than 100 transactions you need to put in your register at the end of the month, and it can start feeling like a chore. Versus doing it weekly, it would be only 10 to 15, maybe 20 a week, maybe even 25. 25 still doesn't feel as daunting. So it is a cornerstone of gaining control of your finances, of just becoming so familiar with them. Also, side effect, you will experience empowerment. When people tell me that they feel that their life is out of control and they feel like a leaf on the wind, like in a Robert Zemeckis film, my first headology is to say, are you balancing your checkbook every week? And not once has anybody been like, yes, every week I do that already. Not a single time. And one of the things is just doing that, people feel more in control of their lives, even though nothing has changed except their certainty. So it is a headology. It's a thing you can do. It doesn't hurt anybody. It won't hurt you, but it will help you feel that you are more in control of your life, even though really all it is that you're definitely more knowledgeable. That's it. You're just far more intimately knowledgeable with all the, whims of your bank account.
And also, what are all the charges going in every month?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, at this point, I've pretty much set up, because for my convenience, I get paid once a week. I could up that more often, and occasionally do if we have, sudden things come up, but mostly it's on a weekly. So I have my month divided up into 4 sets of bills that I pay depending on the week. And I go to, and that helps me keep track. But also, I'm always checking my bank account to see what else has come through. Because as you saw, Netflix is raising its price. Disney Plus is raising. You need to make sure that the amounts coming through are the ones you expect versus the ones that actually come through and charge.
And which ones are free trials that you forgot to cancel?
Oh,
Right?
Yeah. Or that you did cancel and didn't go through the system.
Right?
Oh.
Sometimes you do everything you're supposed to, and it still doesn't work. Guess what? They ain't gonna refund that money.
Yeah.
Regina is bowing out. Bye-bye. I hope you have a good evening, sweetie. And Nia has bowed in.
Hi, Nia.
We're trading off. And Doll says, I started a weekly planner for my scheduling stuff thanks to Zara's Ko-fi post. I should try the finance planner then.
So one thing I've noticed is for years, I was too scared to look at my bank account. And that really helped my depression spiral.
Yes.
Just not like, it caused a lot of anxiety and depression of I don't want to see, I don't want to know.
Mm-hmm.
If it bounces, it bounces. I just can't know. But having my mother sit down with me and okay, we're going through it, has dug me out of so much stuff, and just there's hope again. I now have an app that connects to my bank account, so it automatically updates my budget with how much is left in each category.
Mm-hmm.
And that has helped my depression a ton.
Yes.
Just knowing how much is there, that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. I can get out of this, and I now have a date set of a goal in my planner. This is my date to be debt free with this, and it can happen now because I look at it daily.
And
and make no mistake, it takes courage. We're not saying, oh, you just do this and everything will be fine and birds will help you dress every day. No. I'm also, they poop everywhere. Anyway, so look, like birds are nice outside. I'm so sorry to those with bird pets that are like, Lori, but I'm like.
But they do poop everywhere. Like, you can't argue with the facts.
Poop everywhere, and they would do better outside. I'm just saying they need fresh air too. So, anyhow, I'm just saying that it really, like, I don't want to gloss over how incredibly emotionally difficult it is and can be to approach one's finances. It is, honestly, and I say this from a place of experience from my early 20s, it felt, and I had to do this multiple times, it felt like the seed from the Neverending Story when you're approaching the Oracle Gates. That's what it feels like, of like, oh God, am I going to be annihilated? And then you make it through the first one, and then it's the Mirror Gate, and it's like, well, no, I can't. How many times in my early to mid 20s, and even my late 20s, how about my early 30s, have I failed the Mirror Gate when we're talking about my finances? So many times. Does that mean that I never tried again? Obviously not. You just keep trying until you get through the Mirror Gate, y'all. You just keep trying till you get through each of the gates of your finances, because it matters, but also because you matter. You are important, and you deserve to have financial certainty. You deserve this. You are the only one who can save you, and you are worth saving. Even though I know it is super hard and it hurts and you will probably cry. And may I recommend you have something to hold and pet if necessary. It's still worth it. You are still worth it. And that is why we are doing a very uncomfortable episode. What about the singing mice? Okay. As long as they stay out of your yarn, I guess. I have so many choice words about. Anyway, that's maybe just our mice. Bastards.
Opinionated mice.
They're opinionated. And they ruin all the good stuff. Laura, what, if you don't mind us asking, what app are you using that's helping, like, categorize your finances so that you know your budget?
YNAB. YNAB. You can also use Mint.
I had Mint, yeah.
YNAB was just one that worked with my Canadian accounts.
Mm-hmm.
And it works with my mother's US accounts.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
So, yeah, it does cost money to use it. It's a once a year subscription thing, but it's really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing, a new option that's come up the last couple years, now even for debit cards, not just for credit cards anymore, is more and more banks and credit cards are offering the ability for you to have an app to turn on and off your cards.
Yeah.
So if you are not sure what's going on, or you just, want to make sure, it's another level of control you can have. You have to think about it. You have to do multiple steps to use your credit card or your debit card. And sometimes that's what some of us need at times, to just make us pause and go, all right, but do I want to go to this extra step?
Mm-hmm.
It just reminded me, I have Christmas money I can deposit. I don't have to quarantine anymore. It's been 2 weeks. I can go to the bank.
Hey.
Yay!
Good stuff. Yep, Maggie uses Quicken. And their online bank account, yes. There's often, with your bank account, your bank website will tell you what apps or software they're integrated with. And that can be a good place to get started. Hello, Barrett.
Bye-bye, Barrett.
Thanks for the thumbs up, sweetie. So checking your bank account, and yes, you need a bank account. I know I've heard from some people, partly the intimidation factor. They are uncomfortable with bank accounts. They feel like all they do with bank accounts is get overdrafts. I understand. And your feelings are absolutely valid. One of the things I would also recommend is shopping around for banks. There are so many options now, but it is important to know what is reputable and what is questionable. So in the US, FDIC insured is a very important thing to see.
And I can't remember the equivalent for
Canada?
For like we have a credit union has a separate one. It's like FDCU or something, but credit unions now also have the equivalent of FDIC as well.
So do a little research in your country and your state about what is available. You might be surprised that there are smaller banks and smaller credit unions that have much better options. So the way that Tom and my mother, this is so long ago that my mother was still around, that they convinced me to move my bank account to a credit union was the credit union's overdraft fee was $3 versus the $35 at my bank. And they had just raised it from 30. And I was like, even though I tried really hard to always avoid overdrafts, this was like what, at least 12, 13 years ago now. And there were times where things were clearing that I wasn't aware of. I was in the throes of a divorce, so I needed to move accounts anyway, and I knew that. And so, as they pointed out, like also, if you set up a savings account with the credit union, which you do, then any you have in the savings account, they'll pull from the savings account first before you even have to deal with an overdraft, which is what I had wanted originally years ago with the bank that I was with. And so there are options since then in our state, in the state of Mississippi. There have been even better banks established, not anywhere close to us, but at the Capitol, but where they truly are trying to deal with, there's a thing called banking desert. So just like there's food deserts all over the world where people do not have access to affordable, wholesome foods like fresh fruits and vegetables, and foods other than overly processed foods, like simple foods. There is also banking deserts all over the world where people do not have access to money management systems that do not have predatory practices. And so that is something to also be aware of and do a little research about what is available in your state, what is advisable in your state. You may be
careful about just even checking accounts that, have major fees every month.
Thank you, Barrett. Barrett looked it up for us. Appreciate it, sweetie.
There's most banks now, decent banks will offer just free checking along with their debit card they don't charge. So truly shop around, don't have to just automatically pay your bank every month just for the privilege of having a bank account.
Zara's also put a link in the chat. Thank you, ma'am.
So one thing that my bank does is it has these Momentum Plus savings where you can have 0.25 to 0.50% interest on your savings accounts if you put your money in there and let it sit for like a month. So just be on the lookout for that kind of bonuses as well, of like how much interest do you get on your savings account.
Yeah.
And think of it this way. Most of us enjoy online shopping. Why not online bank shop? Get familiar with banking and credit union accreditation associations and things, and see who they're recommending in your state or your country or your region of the world. Look at all of that. Think of it as online shopping, but for your financial freedom, your financial fitness, and just like for your own agency. Okay? Think of it that way and really start comparing. Well, what you got here? What you offering here? Get to know the CD options if that's something you're interested in, even in the future, like as part of, your 2 or 3 or 5 year plan. It's something I didn't really even know much about CDs till one of my neighbors at an apartment complex I lived at 20 plus years ago, who was a single mom of 2 kids. This is the mom I occasionally mention who used to drug her children so she could get some rest on Saturday nights. Like literally NyQuil her babies. And we ended up accidentally working together at a company. I did not know she worked there when I was hired. And she turned out to be, the office secretary. So I could not get away from all the things I know about her. But anyhow, she was the one who, look, if I can just not talk about drugging your children. But again, I would say a little NyQuil on a Saturday is still better than beating them because they keep crying. So, life is full of gray area. But this is the one. And she was the one who would talk about CDs. And I would much rather talk about CDs than her questionable parenting practices as a single mom who had no other support. Fair. Her parents didn't even talk to her anymore because she'd had a baby out of wedlock. And then she was in for a penny, in for a pound. I guess I'll have a second one in the army. It was an odd. She was a character, y'all. But she wanted to talk about CDs.
You do not do in for a penny, in for a pound when it comes to the life of another being.
I am not saying I agree.
No, not you. I'm just.
But yes, it was Anyway, so yeah, I would rather her lecture me on CDs than her parenting philosophy. It's because I was stuck in an apartment complex and a job. We saw each other all the time. And then, so she would tell me all about CDs and the percentage rates. And she was shopping around at all the banks. She knew the CD percentage rates at every single bank in our town. And that is how I knew at the time that we had 18 different banks offering CDs. Because she had called every one of them on the job while being paid at this construction company. Because the guys would be out working on sites. So she had time to call all the banks and find out what is every month she would call to find out their percentage rates on their CDs that month. This is so long ago that, the internet was not, no bank put that information online, y'all. That's how long ago this was. So, as I said, maybe you might be interested in something like that, or at least for cocktail conversation, or as a way to not converse about people's questionable parenting philosophies. Think of it. You could talk about this at cocktail parties rather than trying to talk about, people asking you what you're doing in your personal life. And you're like, I would rather not, but have you heard about CDs? I've been shopping around. What do you know about, Roth IRAs? Think of it. It's another thing to know that you can have conversations about with people that you never want to see again.
You're saying I want to have a conversation, period. But yeah.
Well, sometimes you end up at parties. I mean, not right now, but one day in the future.
I'm joking.
You may end up at a party or even in an after stream where you're like, I have no idea what to talk about. And then the answer is, so, have I told you the latest interesting things that have happened in banking in my state? Look, I'm just saying it's something to talk about that's fairly neutral. It's not politics.
My family makes it into politics.
Oh dear.
My one family member makes it into the one issue voter, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. All the other issues that you're not voting on are my identity being wiped out of existence.
Mm-hmm. So. Wow. That is yikes.
Yeah.
I don't know that there is much that's not much gray area to meet someone on.
We don't. That's our families. Don't ask, don't tell. We have gay. We have lesbian, gay, fine.
Yeah.
I look. That's where you bring up the line I love. It's just fun to watch. Sometimes it's because you want to leave the party, but at your kind of family get-togethers, that's where you bring out the line. But some of us don't want to be Shondas.
Oh, walking Shonda. Okay, so back on track. So here you are. As a way to avoid spending money, you've shopped around on banks, maybe on credit cards. You've shopped around looking at credit cards. You've read a whole bunch of articles. And hopefully you already are somewhat familiar on how to evaluate websites for neutral information rather than biased information, i.e. they're selling you something. A pack of lies.
Wall Street Bets is always selling you something on Reddit.
I'm dealing with the trying to get non-biased stuff about insurance because that's my current biggest headache regarding
Which kind of insurance?
Well, NYU has amazing insurance, but because I'm no longer going to be a student by the time that I'm doing the surgery on my second leg, my mom is like, we need to have that lined up before we book your first one, because even though that'll be covered really well with, do we want the same doctor or do we want the guy who pioneered this and isn't covered, but at least would be covered kind of by your really good NYU insurance, because there's like no chance in hell you're going to get any insurance that's as close to that good ever again in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's financially not like advisable to just go for another master's, so you could just have the insurance.
Well, here's the thing. I wasn't going to go to grad school until my boss at an internship was like, have you thought of it? No. Well, there's this really good program and I'm a teacher here and it opens up all the doors to where you want to be. So consider it. And then when we told my family, my uncles were like, she's going to work, right? Like, she's not going to be one of those people who's perpetually in school and like never making her own money. And my mom and I are both like, no, Zara wants to work.
Yes.
This is an unexpected detour. Very expensive, but also very worth it.
Yes.
So there's no way that I'm going to be continuing school.
I mean, I was just thinking, for the benefit of the leg.
Why you ask, but no.
I understand. I mean, some people enjoy the academic environment and others just really feel like it is a means to an end. And for the most part, I'm more in the second category, ironically, which is why I thought it was hilarious that I became a teacher. Because I hate school. They say that's what makes me a really good one, though. Is because I hate it. So I'm trying to find ways to make it enjoyable for everyone and also relatable for everyone. So life's funny. This is not the life path I thought I would have either, but it turns out it's kind of interesting. So
I feel like before I put this one on the screen from Maggie, I should just say trigger warning.
Yeah, this because they already saw me do the full body cringe on Wednesday at the mention of that fucking bastard Dave Ramsey.
I don't know who that is.
I know
they're going to demonetize
and I know that he's an asshole, but I don't remember why.
Because he is his financial method is the Scrooge method.
Okay.
It's very much. It's good for the individual. It's bad for the group. Also, it's definitely targeted at people who are already well off. That we make the jokes about how do you buy a house by the time you're 25? Don't go to, make your own coffee. Don't go to Starbucks. Only have avocado toast once a week. Have your parents gift you a house.
Or have your parents co-sign with you as if they also necessarily have credit that would be helpful and that they would be willing to co-sign with you.
Yeah.
It assumes a lot of privilege as well as how to screw over everyone else on your way up. We are more familiar with his cousin, Marshall Ramsey, who is an editorial cartoonist for decades and has, every time he's made an editorial cartoon about me, has always been very kind to me. So full disclosure, I like Marshall Ramsey, but Marshall Ramsey definitely has some choice words for his cousin as well. Marshall Ramsey used to defend his cousin, Dave, and now does not because, morals and ethics matter. And, making it so that screwing people out of their homes, making it so they're homeless and not caring is not something that those who claim to have, a good moral system and ethics do. Let
alone particularly saying, oh, I'm Christian and I really listen to what Jesus said. And it's like, you're literally going against what Jesus said. Like, it's actually there written in red. He's like, oh, but that was for back then. That's not now.
Mhm.
No, that wasn't what they said.
So again, Ramsey definitely advocates this sort of, what is it, the prosperity gospel situation. You will do well financially if God loves you. And if you are poor, it means God doesn't love you. And therefore, people God loves, therefore, are not obligated to help you, since obviously God doesn't love you. And we don't need to help anybody that God doesn't love.
Oh my goodness.
And that is the prosperity
What the
gospel that America has been running on for over 40 years.
Yep.
I'm not even joking. Like, no. Like, you can literally Google this. This is a thing, and it is taught in churches all over America, particularly at evangelical churches. It is called the prosperity gospel.
And the Six Flags Over Jesus churches.
Yes.
Which are
If
mostly
anybody's
evangelical.
familiar with that little joke. In the South, we call it Six Flags Over Jesus. But you've seen y'all may not, but in the Deep South, it's these enormous religious campuses, and they are made entirely from the contributions of the people who attend.
So you know how we hold out crosses to like ward off vampires? What do I do that to ward off this that I'm hearing?
Oh, house the homeless.
There we go. Yeah.
Just say state-funded
universal basic
homeless
income.
housing. Yeah. That's how you ward them away. They literally will cringe and run. Or
I'm never
yell.
going south of the Mason-Dixon line unless it's to New Orleans for like, a vacation again, and then that'll be
every single mega church you've ever heard about. Definitely, all of them preach the prosperity gospel.
Yeah, the Joel Osteen churches.
Every mega church, anywhere in the world, not just America, because I know there's some really big mega churches in Asia as well.
Yeah, what's his name? Something Prince?
Yeah, I can't remember. Harold Prince? No, that's a different one.
Harold Prince was a Broadway.
This is
that's what we're like.
No, like Ron Prince. Yeah, but that is like one of the issues. So yeah, it's pretty much impossible for us to talk about finances without mentioning the conflict that we will be intersecting with the prosperity gospel. It is only becoming more popular among the wealthy and those who wish to be wealthy. As long as you screw over everyone else and you financially improve, that means God loves you and you're doing the right thing.
Joseph Prince.
Thank you.
Yep, that's it.
You said Harold Prince, and I was like, no.
I've got them all like, Harold, Joseph, boring. So, also, I used to, write for a student university newspaper called The Student Prince, and it was based on Harold Prince's musical, play, whatever. So, there's that. So, anyhow, so when you start reading financial articles, when you start researching what are reputable banks to use, what are reputable credit cards, you're going to come across articles that may not specifically cite the prosperity gospel or Dave Ramsey or even Susie Orman or any of these folks, but they are going to use the same dog whistles. They're going to use the same references. So it is useful to at least...
Or is she the same way? Because I've seen her on Amazon.
Yes. She is also recommending be miserable and then don't worry about the people that you hurt on the way to saving your money. Let everyone else die. Save your money.
Rent out your houses and then just be the shitty landlord.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Rent out your houses.
Houses and be a shitty landlord. Yes. Yes, that is part of hers. So it's something that I feel like when you're gaining control of your finances, in the process of you researching, you're going to come across this. So go ahead and at least become familiar, like with Wikipedia articles, about what is the basic vibe of this, so that you, when you read an article with these dog whistles, move on. These people are going to give you unethical advice. They are going to coach you on how to be jerks, how to make society worse for your own personal benefit, because they're operating on this idea of a zero-sum game, which means in order for me to win, you have to lose. That is not true in economics. And in fact, over the last 40 years, science has proven zero-sum economics is inaccurate, that scarcity economics is wrong, and that is not accurate for how humans operate. but in fact, abundance economics, which says that there is enough for everyone as long as we share. That is accurate, and that is how economies improve, and that is why our economies all over the planet have been stagnant for decades, is because instead governments have been running scarcity economics, thereby suppressing economic growth. So whenever you are coming across these articles that are using the scarcity economic model or the prosperity gospel philosophy, know that this will lead you down a dark path that, again, will only suppress your local economy anyway.
There
so
was
in the long run.
There was a TikTok I saw, and it was someone explaining like why we should raise the minimum wage or why we can't or whatever. And it's like, oh, we can't do that because then smaller business would be able to pay it, and which would. Right, and to do that, we'd have to raise the prices, and then people wouldn't buy that stuff because it's too expensive. Why? Because minimum wage is this, and it's like, see?
Oh yeah, it's always done to the benefit of those already in power with money.
Mm-hmm.
Versus no, they've actually shown with states side by side in the U.S. that have different minimum wages of what happens to the prices of things versus even Europe and the prices of things over there. And guess what? The basic cost of things don't actually rise, but corporate profits are not as high. That's the thing that minimum wage does, is it ruins corporate profits. Nothing else. And no, we're on record profits again. Like, U.S. corporations haven't had profits this high in, 50, 80 years.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, there's just as there's no way for us to talk about finances and financial planning, financial fitness, without acknowledging the existence of the prosperity gospel and the scarcity economics models. There's no way you are going to be able to do hardly any research, even into insurance, without coming across these dog whistles. And so we are saying here, we would like to help you inoculate yourself, so that you are familiar enough to avoid anybody espousing this, and you know where to look. Hello, Spence. So we're about to go to a 10-minute bio break, where I would like to suggest, how's your liquids going? Also, how's your bladder? Maybe your bladder might need some attention because you have working kidneys, and that is a blessing. And how's your snack situation? Do you have snacks? You may need snacks.
I do not have snackage.
Also, if you have no adorable squishies, how about a lovely soft pillow? Now's a wonderful time. We're going to do a 10-minute break. And I thought, because sometimes the subjects are triggering here, since we're talking about money, we would do a puppy timer. Laura's puppy timer. Yay!
What?
Is this the one that has the dog that looks like Riley?
Yeah.
Roy's puppy videos are in here too. Yes.
Okay,
They're sprinkled throughout.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love the one with Roy playing with your dad, Laura. I love it so much. So, I thought we would do that. So, we're going to go to a break, and we will see y'all back here in approximately 10 minutes. And when we come back, we will talk about the funness of spreadsheets. Okay, hear me out. Once you get them working, you are going to love them, because it will automatically make you all sorts of diagrams and fun illustrations of how wonderful your finances will be going. You'll love it. And they're pretty. See y'all in 10 minutes. Meepity beep. Meepity beep. Stamp. All the technical difficulties. Like, literally. Okay, I don't know who to unmute, so I'm not going to unmute anybody, but if you want to unmute, you can.
All right, popcorn.
Yay!
And
literally,
cranberry
Tom was
raspberry
talking,
lemonade.
I was like 2 seconds, and then my mouse would not click on things. So, yay, you have snacks? Okay. I still have the food I haven't finished eating that Tom made me that is delicious, even cold. I love these little waffles. And some all beef sausage from our local butcher shop. And some delicious soft medium fried eggs. I like to dip my waffle in the yolk.
Like dipping sausage in yolks.
Yes. It's good stuff, y'all. But instead of eating, Tom had all the thoughts. I like how he's quiet on screen. And then as soon as break, he's like, so, are you busy? Can we talk? And I'm like, why is it always me and the frog? You know, the old WB cartoon? I swear to you. Tom has lots of opinions. It's not just me. It's just he loads me up with what to say next. I'm the puppet. Okay.
It's your show.
It's Awkward Siblings.
I know, but she usually has some ideas of how she wants to direct it. So,
Well, I'm basing it on what has worked for teaching students.
Yeah.
Just like essentially I'm like, well, I tested this on real human beings instead of just theorizes. That's all. So
if I said that about anything in my current work in progress, I would be locked up for crimes against humanity.
Okay, but you do have a lot more physical violence.
Not in my work in progress. No, I'm not talking about books that I've already published.
Oh, I guess I don't know which one is your work in progress right now. Sorry. You have so many projects. I do have a little bit of a struggle keeping up. But
it's not acceptable.
I'm so sorry, but I love you.
Love you too, but this is the last time you'll ever hear from me.
No.
We're done.
I ruined it with my trademark honesty. It's terrible.
You should have been charming, like in the episode I missed.
We're all just doing our best in January. We're just doing our best. Yes.
But yeah, so, I'm happy to have lessons that are tried and true, but also want to hear your hot takes, Tom.
Oh, Tom is like, okay, this is the things that, he's essentially saying, make way for me on these particular subjects when we get there. And I'm like,
well, also, so you know what it is I'm thinking about talking about, so you know where to bring me in. Because otherwise, I will decide, derail conversations. That's part of why I stay so quiet.
Look, the conversation's going to get derailed every time. Every time after every single Monday show, usually the next day or the day after, I have thoughts like, oh my God, we totally skipped this entire subject I really wanted to talk about. Every time. So it's like, nah, we're going to derail anyway. I've just come to accept the zen of this.
Lean into it.
Right? But one of the things Tom did suggest is when we come back now, that we go over the polls that have been going on in the chat, which Tom has not mentioned. So there is a current poll still going. What's your budget-friendly meal choice? These are all viewer-submitted polls, by the way.
I was wondering.
So there's ramen, dollar menu fast food, steak and potatoes, truffle risotto with squab. And part of that is YouTube only allows us to have 4 options, unfortunately. Ooh, I am out here catching all the bots. Okay. So glad StreamYard gives me an option to block from StreamYard, so I don't have to go over to YouTube to.
Oh, they do now?
Yep.
So if you mouse over the chat in StreamYard, you will see, there's that middle show button, or the little,
Yeah.
but off to the right is the 3 vertical ellipses. And if you click on the 3 ellipses, one option is put user in timeout and the other option is block user. So I can squish all the bots from StreamYard, which is lovely. So, yeah, Tom's casually sipping from his beverage. Yes, honey. So right now we are at 33% voted for ramen for your budget-friendly meal choice. 33%, these are 9 total votes. 33% voted for dollar menu fast food. And 33% voted for steak and potatoes. And no one has voted for risotto. The previous, let me see if I can make this smaller. The previous poll was, how bad are your finances? 40% voted for don't ask. 40% voted sitting pretty. 20% voted for pretty bad. And they were out of a total of 15 voters. So that's where we are. I mean, like, you can catch squab. They are so tiny, though. It's like, maybe if you just wanted the feathers. Anyway, that's me going on a tangent. So, Eva is here. Hello, sweetie. How are you doing? And Spence points out that where they live, living in beef country, so steak and potatoes is actually pretty budget friendly if you're thinking about it. And I would agree, like down here where we are, where also a lot of people have cattle. Not as many.
You can purchase local cattle too.
You can purchase local cattle here. Like the ground beef, which is ground in the butcher shop locally, is what, $1.99 a pound right now, and it's
been raised. It's now up to like $2.39 a pound.
Yeah, for a decade it was 99 cents a pound.
Yeah.
And this was 90-10 ground beef. It was a little lean for us, but it was still really good. So, like, it is one of those of, I think it's important to mention figuring out what is budget friendly locally.
Well, I chose the steak and potatoes not because it's the most budget friendly for, like, if you just look at price, but because it's so filling and I don't eat that much of it in a single thing. Like,
right, you get a lot of nutrition.
That is part of our conversation as well. We wanted to have.
Yeah, we wanted to have a conversation about nutrition.
And also what it is that keeps you mentally sound. Because, like, I don't have a problem actually eating ramen all the time. It does not make me sad inside. I'm just like, it's a meal I don't have to think about. It tastes all right. Meh. But I know for Glory, ramen all the time would literally send her on a spiral of sadness. And so, no, it doesn't work. But for her, yeah, spending a little bit of extra money on even okay steak and potatoes will keep her happy and going.
Mm-hmm. Like, especially the potatoes are done different every time, like roasted versus boiled versus potato salad, like different versions of the same potato.
Versus, like, even as well for her, dollar menu doesn't work.
It's just sad rations. Like, here, would you like misery rations? Have this sad little burger. It was sad before it ever was born. There you go. I feel sad eating it. I feel sad thinking about it, honestly. Kat would like to point out that she wishes she could eat cheap ramen. And to which I have pointed out before, I will mention this again. Have you tried rice noodles? They are amazing. They cook really fast.
Or quick grits.
Yeah.
5-minute grits works well.
And you can add your own flavorings that are not necessarily like beef base and chicken base that may have onions added, because I know Kat can't do onions. But, like, you can add your own flavorings and spices, and they're really delicious. And again, rice noodles are super cheap, even at regular grocery stores, which are not Asian centric, and therefore they feel like, oh, it's in the international aisle, so we can jack up the price. They're still very affordable, So I love rice noodles, y'all. Like I love
We loved glass noodles.
Oh yeah. I just found, what was it, like a 6-pound sack of
4
glass noodles
pounds.
in
4
the back of
pounds
the pantry?
of sweet potato glass
Glass
noodles.
noodles.
So glass noodles are commonly mung bean, less often sweet potato or pea.
Yeah, we found like a huge sack of sweet potato glass noodles, and we have been making stir fries with it, and it's so good, and it always feels like a party food to me, even though it was cheap when we bought it, and then we lost it in the back of the pantry. Don't ask, there's L space back there. It's a void situation. And we just found it because that's where our finances are, that I was deep diving into the back of the darkness. But it's still so affordable, and it tastes so good. And I don't know, to me, noodles taste like a party in my mouth, particularly when I get a variety of noodles. So again, it doesn't feel like rations. It feels like a treat. So
glass noodles take on the flavor whatever you put on it. So if you want ginger, just spice it up with some
glass
ginger.
noodles love to absorb whatever you use. So pretty much you just need some good condiments, whatever you've got left over in your refrigerator or your cabinet. Fish sauce and glass noodles are best friends. But again, I understand not everybody likes the funkiness of fish sauce. I get it. So whatever you've got, whatever works for you. You know what? I've known people who were like, look, it's eggs, ketchup, and glass noodles. And they were like, this is actually really, really good. I was like skeptical. I tried it, was like, okay, I have now been converted. It is weird, but it's delicious. So get creative instead of just thinking, oh, I don't have the money, so therefore I'm only allowed to eat sad things, or only sad things are available that I can afford. That is not necessarily true. Also, we do want to point out, at least in a lot of places in America, there often are these hidden little international grocery stores. And they are meant for the people who maybe are immigrants or the children of immigrants. And they are very reasonably priced. They are lovely people in there. You're supporting local business. Cannot recommend them enough, especially if you can get a ride over there. Like if you can convince a friend, hey, they've got international snacks, give me a ride, and then go pick up, whatever their local noodles are in this store, and maybe some other condiments and things that are affordably priced. You are, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be so happy that you went to these tiny little international groceries hidden. Google has done a pretty good job, at least in our area, of noting the international grocery stores where there's no signage. You just walk in and go, I think I'm in the wrong place, and then spot some steel shelving off in the corner behind the regular convenience store food. And that's where there's like a secret hidden little Narnia of spices and snack foods and things. So we just want to point out, like, sometimes, yeah, you may live in a food desert, in a grocery desert, and then there's an international grocery store that somebody has set up in the back of their convenience store or the back of their little restaurant. And it's really not meant for everyone else in town. It's meant just for immigrant families. But there's no law against you purchasing from them. And they are very reasonably priced. So it's also like finding a treasure. And you may just have some happiness essentially adventuring at a different grocery store. So give it a try. Pasta is fun. So we did want to bring that up, even for fussy eaters. And I'm talking about my dead mother, the fussiest eater in our family. She thought she hated a lot of international foods, and we made her things that we would taste it first. We would taste as we'd make it. And she found that she liked a lot of things that she thought in theory she wouldn't like. Because yes, a woman who hated canned peaches had strong opinions about everything. But yeah, found like, you take
I don't like canned peaches.
As I said, like it was a texture thing, which again, I kind of get, but
yeah,
like she just thought, well, if I don't like canned peaches, then I must be picky about everything. And this kind of became an identity problem for her.
Okay, yeah, no, I didn't go like that.
Yeah, and that's where I'm trying to go with that. So we tried the glass noodles with just soy sauce and butter, and she was like, this is really good. And I'm like, isn't it? Because soy sauce and butter is like, I know, a really big Japanese thing. You can't go wrong with soy sauce and butter. It's so good, y'all.
I don't think you can really go wrong with just soy sauce.
Well, the butter though. Vera, the butter.
I know. I'm clearly like from my roots, and
Or sesame oil, toasted sesame oil and soy
Love
sauce
that.
also. So, and yes, or margarine if you're vegan. My mother was seriously heavily into margarine and not vegan. But again, like
my grandma loved margarine.
no, what is that about? Okay.
My grandma has more butter than bread when she eats it. Oh my gosh.
I've known toddlers like that. Okay, anyway, that's a whole nother. But
it's my Canadian side. It's like all the butter, kind of some bread.
Just a little bit of bread. But like just sometimes I have been the most creative about foods when we were really at our most financially dire. And it has made me get out of my comfort zone and try some really wild stuff. Honestly, 80% of the time, I was really happy that I had gotten kind of crazy with trying different flavors together that I wouldn't ordinarily do. And we found new delicious foods, and it kind of felt like an adventure when I was feeling already deprived financially.
Let's say I believe the one I remember was when we were in the Philippines and broke. The spaghetti noodles with a little bit of oil, salt, and pepper. And we're like, you know what? This is surprisingly good, especially pan fried.
Yeah, if you pan fry the spaghetti noodles in butter, so the butter's also browning.
After you've boiled the spaghetti noodles, by the way.
Yeah, you boil the spaghetti noodles, drain them, and make sure they get kind of dry. So you let them drain in the colander for like 5-10 minutes. And meanwhile, you're heating up the pan, and then you get the butter. As soon as it starts browning, you throw the spaghetti noodles in, and then you don't touch them. Otherwise, they'll stick to the bottom. You have to like let them fry in that butter for at least 2-3 minutes, and then they'll come loose in the pan. And they're kind of like chewy, crunchy, crispy. Yeah, that's a totally different kind of addiction. Yeah. Again, not feeling deprived when the wallet says no. I know. Roy's got opinions. I love it when he has opinions.
I miss Riley.
He's on the couch.
Look at this cutie patootie. Roy needs his own chair next to Laura. I'm just saying. Can we start a petition?
Hi, Roy.
You sweet baby.
He gets groomed on Saturday.
So, we've gone over the polls. There are more polls because we thought it would be fun to start doing Wednesday viewer submitted polls for Monday show. So we've got a whole bunch of them that Tom will keep putting in throughout the show.
I like that.
And we'll keep coming back to those because who doesn't love polls, y'all? It's not quite as much fun as on Twitch where people can use their points.
No, and like
I wish YouTube would do that. It would be so much fun.
They're copying.
I know. But
as it goes, so
yeah, it's
I'm sure they'll get there.
But yeah, like where we live, last thing I'm going to say about international grocery stores, we have found a Mediterranean/Middle Eastern grocery store hidden in the back of a restaurant. And it's not even listed anywhere. We found they have spices at like rock bottom price. 8-ounce spice containers for $5.50. Of like shawarma spice mixes and all sorts of stuff.
I'm sorry. I just want to hug Roy. I also want to hug Riley, but she's not with me. So, of course, I'm voting for the dog that I can at least see.
At the little Indian grocery in the back of a convenience store here, it's like 4 ounces of spices for $3 for like cumin, for biryani spice mixes, all sorts of stuff. So normally I'd say, yeah, spices can be out of your budget when you're financially like trying to reorganize. But I would say that is not necessarily so at international grocery stores.
And yeah, oh yeah, and Maggie, I've lost count of how many Hispanic, Latino,
taqueria,
grocery stores there are in town. Like, we have so many. We always have access to Topo Chico.
Yeah, like they were talking about, there's like a Topo Chico deficit in America right now. There's not enough. And I'm like, but I can always have ranch water here.
Oh,
Look at
Look at that
sweet
Muppet.
baby face.
He used McGroom so badly. It's so bad.
He's so good. How could you say that about him? He's adorable.
Oh.
Yes. Carcinaria markets when you can get the
You're
meat as
dropping
well.
it.
For giving me my dog fix.
Yes, sweet baby Roy.
Hey, no.
So, so what I did prepare during the break was I thought I would show a few of my love of spreadsheets.
Yes, well, I try to recover my laptop. It's overtaxed.
What I wanted you really to see, because, like, do you need Excel? Hell no. There's Google Sheets. There's actually, I can't remember what, there's an open source one available for everyone for free download. Isn't it called Open something? Open Office?
Yeah.
Well, it was Open Office. It's now something else. It's spun off. It starts with an L.
Libre or something?
Libre
Yeah.
Office.
Libre. Which I've used all of these in the last 5 years. So if things have changed since then, I may not be on the up and up. But I think like part of it is what people have told me is sometimes they are at a loss over how to find the templates. So the word usually is finances. All I did was here search finances. It is the same in Google Sheets under templates. It's elsewhere as well. Usually the phrase that pays is finances. Invariably, people have made all sorts of lovely free templates. There is no need to pay, particularly when you're just getting started and you're on that learning curve. So you're not really sure what you're doing yet. You haven't committed to anything, but you don't want to mess it up. Oh, look at that baby.
Doll, real quick, since, as I said, I'm having some problems with my laptop. As far as alternatives to the spreadsheets, that's where apps come in, like we were talking about, like Mint, and I'll check. There's a few others I've used where they let you not only keep track of what you've spent, but also tag them, and so they'll make essentially the spreadsheets for you and the other diagrams of like, where's your money going for? Is it for entertainment? Is it for basic needs like rent and electricity? You know, it'll also help you figure that out. But yeah, for you, it definitely more suggests like the apps that let you tag, you know, especially ones that can connect to your bank account, so you can get a copy of what's been charged to it and then tag it for what each of those is. Because that's the real big thing about these spreadsheets and really tracking your finances. Is it's knowing what all your money is going towards and making sure that aligns with what you want to be spending your money on, / understanding how much money do you have coming in and going out. I mean, I think Lori was talking about Wednesday of people that she's helped with this, realizing how much they were spending on their entertainment visual media.
Okay,
per
so
month.
yeah, so that's like the next. So the first question or the first issue people bring to me is my life feels out of control and I'm really starting to feel desperate. They're not necessarily talking about finances, but that's when I say, have you started keeping a check registry? And really, they just mean checking account or your main account registry. That's all we're really talking about. I did want to point out, when I was trying to do perfunctory research, in all of the spreadsheet systems I found, Google Sheets, the Libre, so on, everybody had at least one or multiple free check register templates. So again, you can get started with this. Apparently now somebody's come up with a variation on that for credit card register. It looks almost identical, but okay. I used to just keep a separate check registry for every bank account, and I had them labeled thusly. So, but I wanted to point out it's the same one. You don't have to start from scratch if you don't want to, and why reinvent the wheel? But I just want to point out it is here. It is free. There are plenty of options. It is all within your reach. And if you are struggling, even after the show, a week, 2 months, whenever later, contact us. We will do everything we can to help find something that works with you and for, what you're capable of, as well as what you have access to. We will do our best. Even if I've got to design something and send it to you, it's totally doable. We'll totally help you. But I just wanted to point out, it's here. This is the check register. It was immediately showed up under finances. And you can play around. And here's the thing. You can do multiple ones. You can play around with it for months till, you really feel confident in keeping your finances transacted in it month to month, and that, it matches what the bank actually mails to you or says is your monthly transaction sheet. Because the online banking thing does not necessarily equate with what they, are sending you once a month, even if it's in online format. It's kind of interesting. There's some interesting things with what they can do and get away with. But what happens is, when people say my life is out of control and I just don't even know if I want to live anymore. Sorry, but that is something people have said to me. That's when I recommend keeping a check registry, to give them a sense of knowledge of what is happening with their finances, as well as something to organize. And that helps. But then the next thing people say to me is, I work so hard. I'm working all the time. I feel like I have no life. I feel absolutely run down, and I still never have any money, and I don't understand what's happening. But I feel like there's goblins coming in the night and taking all my money. The goblin part's optional to what people tell me, but I have made a comment of like, it sounds like you're saying goblins are coming. And they're like, yeah, it feels like it. Yeah. To which my then answer is, okay, are you keeping a check registry? And if they are not, then that's the very first thing they need to do, because it's the first step to the next thing we have to do, which is we need to figure out where your money is going. And the way we do that is for the every receipt you get, every way you're spending it. So let us say, for instance, you're not getting a receipt for every financial transaction you're doing in your month, right? If you give an unhoused person $5 on the street, you're not getting a receipt, are you? No. So what do? You make yourself a little receipt, like in your notes app or something. So, because you're going to forget where $5 went. You're just going to. I mean, things are going to happen. You just, or you send yourself a text message to remind yourself later of $5 cash on the street. And later you put all of your financial transactions. So you have your check registry, which is for your checking account. But then you have the everything registry. And that's where every bit of money went. Because not all your money goes in your checking account, does it? Sometimes you get cash. Sometimes you get gift cards. You get other things. There's a lot of ways we get currency, or we attain it and we spend currency. I'm sorry? Somebody, I thought I heard something. I apologize. So for instance, maybe you had a bond someone had given you when you were a kid, and you turned it in. It finally had matured. What you do with that money is part of your all the money transactions. It's not necessarily going into your bank account. The check registry is specifically for that account. Just like your credit card registry is specifically for that account. But your everything registry, such as Quicken or Mint, or as you're talking about your budget, where your finance transactions can be tagged, that is for all your money. And you need to find out where all your money is going. Because somewhere in there, you are spending money that you are not aware of, or someone is spending money you are not aware of. Because every once in a while, when I've helped somebody with their finances, they found out that they were essentially being billed by, one time it was an old roommate who still had a working debit card of theirs that they had forgotten to get back before they moved out. And the roommate was still using it without permission.
Not cool.
So the bank was never going to catch that because they were using a legitimate card.
Mm-hmm.
2 times it was that they had scammers who were, like Maggie had talked about earlier in the chat, taking, spending on gas, spending, as Laura said, at GameStop or Kentucky Fried Chicken in another country. One time my mother, she used one of those independent ATMs in New Orleans, French Quarter at a restaurant.
Mhm.
And what was it? Less than a week later, her credit card had spent $2,000 on the Champs-Elysees in Paris at a Best Buy. She was so pissed. She's like, they got the vacation I always wanted. They spent money at Best Buy and somewhere else. Wasn't it like for like cheese?
No, it's a jewelry place.
Jewelry. She was so mad. She was
Again,
like, how dare you get to spend money on the Champs-Elysees without me? It was over $2,000.
Like, these are the places I want to go on the Champs-Elysees, but
Yes.
I'm not there. This is not fair.
So
That rhymed.
But that is only like 3 times out of several dozen times, I hope. Most of the time they didn't realize how much they were spending on entertainment or streaming services or gaming streaming services. Or
I've also had it where
up to eat.
They didn't realize that their checks from work had changed. Such as the amount of taxes being withheld had changed. And
we're talking about more than $100 was being deducted than used to be deducted.
Or that they were actually being paid less now.
Yes. So that is why it's important to have a separate from your check register that is all your finances, and that has to do with your budget. So you are both trying to keep a budget, like Laura said, but also you're putting in all your transactions and tagging them with what this is, in part for tax purposes, but also so that you will make sure that how you are spending is aligning with your budget.
It makes me go through and I have all these Amazon charges and I have to go like, okay, what was this one for? What was this one for? This one goes to the puppy fund. This one goes to the grocery fund. Like,
And sometimes you'll have to split it with, online orders.
Yep.
Okay. So I found one template, and again, I'm just using Excel because, quite honestly, I like Excel. You don't have to like Excel. No one else here or in chat or existence ever has to like Excel. I like Excel. I actually like Excel because as somebody educated in behavioral statistics, I can input algorithms in there directly. And that's what I like about Excel versus Google Sheets can go take a long walk off a short pier. I'm so done with them. They have betrayed me. But anyway, that's a whole separate matter, and it has to do with my library life, so it doesn't matter. But I just want to point out, I haven't done anything. I literally just downloaded this very free template off of Excel. And it has it in here. There is a little descriptor. And then you do not need to have all these expenses. This is something I've come across with people telling me like, but Glory, I don't have children, so I don't need childcare. And I'm like, yeah, you could literally
Change it.
Or
yeah, that
doesn't exist. It's not in your life. You don't have childcare, but you do have a dog walker or whatever. Or maybe you don't have a dog walker, maybe whatever. But Glory, I don't have public transportation. Delete it. Just delete it if it literally does not exist in your life. Or you might want to relabel it something else that you do have in your life. I don't know. Toll booths? I don't know. Whatever your life has, you could just put in there. You do you, whatever you want. Now, they have these broken up, for instance, just to give you an example here, under entertainment. Cable TV, that's how you know it's for boomers. DVD rental, movies, concerts. I feel like
So
this
old.
is a little parsing.
$5 concert. Oh.
That's how old this template is.
Yeah, like even the cheapest concerts in where I am in South Mississippi cost at least $10.
Costing at least $35.
But I feel like this is a little like parsing it out, where if you know everything that goes in entertainment, you don't need to have these separate lines. But again, that is a philosophical issue. If you like breaking it down like that, you keep it that way. If you don't, you could just literally list it to be all as entertainment and move on with your life.
I have medical and prescriptions as separate, just so that I know I have enough to cover my medications monthly. And then I have the medical separate for co-pays and stuff like that, for doctor's visits and things like that. So sometimes you can divvy it up. Sometimes you can just stick them together.
Yeah, it's how you live your life and what makes sense to your brain. That is the important part, and the part I really want to stress to everybody. It is what makes sense to your brain that matters, because this is tailored to you and your finances and no one else. And that's what matters most, is that all of this makes sense to you and feels right to how you think, and has nothing to do with how other people think. Because under taxes, all that matters is dues and subscriptions. Taxes does not care how much you paid for magazines versus newspapers. Taxes could not care less. You probably could not care less.
Well, taxes cares if you're a corporation.
Actually, no.
Roy's like, really?
Yeah,
His head is under the couch.
Not even a 1040 Schedule C. No, they just asked what is dues and subscriptions.
No, I mean like an actual corporation taxes.
Oh, that is not going to be your problem. Like, nobody here is doing big corporate Forbes level.
Yeah, tax law benefits corporations that fund.
You need multiple degrees for that, and we're just talking about personal finances. Yeah. However, interestingly enough, I did actually once know a corporate accountant who still wanted my basic lecture on, analyzing how you're spending your money and then tweaking your budget. Because he said he had a PhD in corporate accountancy, and in all of his, 8.5 years of higher education, they never went over this, because he always knew he was doing the corporate line rather than possibly doing, personal accountancy. Yeah, for real. So I'm just throwing that out there. Of even people who actually have higher education degrees may still have a gap in their knowledge. So again, none of y'all are alone. Do not worry. And believe me, I've learned all of this the hard way on my own, playing with these on my personal time, because I was poor and literally couldn't afford to do anything, but the electricity was still working and my computer was still working. So I would make up like finances for like imaginary people. That's right. It was like Sims, but spreadsheets.
I'm going to need to go rescue the balls out from under the couch, so Roy stops crying and trying to get out of there. I'll be right back.
Okay. So yes, I made up Sims spreadsheets in my early 20s.
Again, though, this is one of the better ways to handle things, because Sims lives don't matter that much to me. You don't have the emotional attachment to them you're going to have to your own finances. So it does let you kind of play around and imagine other versions of a financial life. And since you're not emotionally attached, it's easier to get a handle on, but what's a good way to handle that life? Because, part of the problem with finances is just you have a lot of emotions because it's money. Yeah. We've all got emotions about money.
So this is one labeled family monthly budget. Okay. So, and you can literally type it in. It changes the numbers, and I would like literally make up different families. I would label them the Shaughnessy family. I would just pick the True Love family. I would make just Lovelace family, and I would figure out how much mom and dad, how much both moms. Sometimes I based it on people I knew, like my little sister's boyfriend's family, and I would. She was like 5, and I would adjust it and see how what made sense. I would make up new expenses, and it was like whole families. People would find these on my computer when they would, like, friends would come to my house to use my computer. It's like they would be the last thing open on my computer. With like, who's making $6,500 a month? And I'm like, oh, I just made up that family. I just was looking up, and I would like check calculators, mortgage calculators for 5-bedroom houses with 3,000 square feet, and like then figure out the mortgage and then input it. I was literally doing Sims, but just spreadsheets. It was fun, and it was a way for me to feel like I had autonomy. When my own finances, let me put it this way, the pay is so low at South Mississippi, I was just never going to get the ends to meet, was really what was happening. And I just, in my processing of my grief, I was making up all these families, imaginary people that could make their ends meet, and see how it was just not going to happen for me at that point in my life. That's what I did. Honestly, I don't regret any of it, because it really made me very familiar with spreadsheets. It made me very familiar with how to start Excel spreadsheets from scratch, where what you put in, cell 3B will then, be multiplied by 2 and show up in, cell 7D, whatever. It made me very familiar with it. And that's what I did when I felt very powerless in my own life. So there is nothing wrong with you not being ready to work on your own budget, and instead playing with imaginary people's budgets and seeing how they can have everything. How much would they need to be making in order to be spending the way you'd like to be spending your finances? And you see what they would actually need to be making to do that. And sometimes it's very little, and sometimes it's a whole heck of a lot more.
So I have a budget, and right now my budget is geared towards paying off debt.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to gear it after that towards buying a condo, but I also want to go on a vacation. So it's like, how do you figure out like how much you need to save up for a house, but you also want to like leave the country for a few weeks? Like,
mm-hmm.
So that's where actually what I was talking with Glory over the
break
was actually about, is budgets, like diets and everything else, are dynamic. They are not set in stone. They are simply guidance. For me, one case in point is, and this may sound odd to others, but it's the example I've got, is entertainment versus food budgets. And like one of the things I've noticed is like the actual purpose of an entertainment budget, which is, in general, your discretionary money, is your mental health. That is really what entertainment is for. It's so, you stay sane. And it took me 15 years to really come to accept that part of my method to stay sane, because, we've talked before, we grew up with, food scarcity and, empty fridges, is that some small amounts of, weekly food shopping and, multi times in a week little bits of food shopping is part of my entertainment budget, because it's part of my mental health. It's not that, we don't have enough food to get through, if I'm honest, actually, the next month. It's that these little items, just like also eating out sometimes, are just there to tell the back of your brain, I'm safe, I'm not in danger, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I switch sometimes around like the budgets for what it is I'm needing at the time of, I may actually overspend on the food budget, and it comes out of the entertainment budget and the discretionary, and occasionally even other things actually get moved aside, because that's what I need to feel safe in my life.
Yeah, like,
and the same thing can. can
when
go
I
for
started
that.
budging,
Mhm.
I had like no money.
Yeah.
So I would walk by the coffee shop and be like, see you later. Like, I
Right.
know I cannot go in those doors because I literally
Right.
have like 12 cents to my name. And so
Mhm.
since I've been budgeting again, I can walk past that coffee shop and go, bye. I could if I really wanted to.
Yes.
But I know what my money's going towards, and I have a little bit now, and it's okay that I'm not going in because it's going towards something better. But I could if I wanted to.
And that is the power of autonomy. Like that you feel like you have a sense of power of autonomy over your finances versus feeling like a victim of your finances.
And
Yeah.
like, and to that, you know, here's something I'm saying earlier of I have a second account with the same bank. In my online banking, I can transfer funds between these two bank accounts. But in part because while I have it to not overdraft, there's still a few special situations where it will overdraft, like a automatic online payment can still cause the account to overdraft. But so I have money directed to my other account that is purely there just as a savings, as a backup savings that cannot get even pulled from, so that in case there's some things I wasn't keeping track of, you know, we don't always have the best mental health months. I know that even if I overdraft, I'm not without cash money for that time period. I still have transportation money. I still have money for food. I have something to do, but essentially I'll have a notification ahead of time because I like Carrie's thing where she actually has your account's getting low notifications coming. I can't get that yet with my bank account.
Mm-hmm.
But so that's what I've done to kind of get around, because at a certain point, you know, you can have it your way or you can be right, but you can't really get both. And so, you know, make up you do the things that work with your methodology and what you're capable of. I am only capable of so much budgeting. Okay. I still deal with a little bit of hypomania and a bit of depressive times and low mood. So I build in buffers that work for me for that. And that's what's like, yeah, put in a savings that's sort of combined for your vacation and condo / living wants, your future plans. And then you work out independently,
Those are
sort of.
so expensive.
Yes.
Yes, they always are.
It's at least $500,000
But you
in Toronto.
That's also like what playing on Zillow is for. And
Yes.
also playing on vacations of what are the actual amounts. And as you work on, all right, I've got this kind of savings. What is it I want to do right now? What is it that I need? Because sometimes it is all right, I was planning on saving for 6 more months towards this, but I probably need to actually direct this towards a vacation because I can feel myself slipping.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I
that's
always
fine.
love having a vacation on the horizon that
Yes.
I can look towards.
Yeah. And so again, the whole point of budgets is not, just like the other thing, we go on and on with writers of your outline is not a prison sentence. Your outline is just to help you organize.
Mm-hmm.
Your
It's a guide.
budget is, again, just to organize. If it ain't working for you now, try something different.
Mm-hmm.
Keep playing around till you find what, is comfortable and works with who you really are. As I said, I have times where I need to spend some money to feel better, and there's times where I am not altogether to keep my budget balanced entirely. So I build in other buffers.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked in the past about how Tom needs like regular gadgets or he gets sad. So we keep our eye out for gadgets to get him. It's just part of his mental health that we try to find these little gadgets and things. Sometimes gadgets are bigger, but to give him that sense, because that is part of what gives him a joie de vivre, a reason to get up in the morning and look forward to the day, is these occasional gadgets to play with for several weeks till he gets used to it, learns how to work it, and then needs another one. You know, like human cat toys. So I'm just saying, like, it's part. So I think part of why finances and financial organization can be so daunting for people is because requires so much introspection in getting to know oneself. What is it you need to not feel deprived? It may be that you need to have a flavored coffee every day. Does it have to be at a local establishment? If the answer is no, then you can look at like syrups and things you could purchase yourself and make your own flavored coffee. But if it's no, it's not the coffee itself, it's sitting at a coffee shop and being around that buzz, then that offers a different perspective of how to problem solve, such as those wonderful ambiance things that people put on YouTube and I can put on my TV, and like drink my coffee and I close my eyes and y'all, it is almost like I'm at a coffee shop and I'm like, yeah, this is not bad.
Or also rechecking and really looking more at the coffee shops and what are the stuff that is within your budget to essentially
Like
just
events.
enjoy sipping, or
Sometimes
including
they have programs.
Yeah, programs, but also like for some people it's just I like some steamed milk with a shot of some flavor, and I will sip that while I'm sitting there. And it's a bit, it's less than the cost of just a regular coffee or stuff. Again, it's just.
But that
why
requires
do you need
introspection of what are you actually needing to get out of it to not feel deprived.
The lemon tart.
Relatable. But
so good.
I mean, is a lemon tart at its heart just a pre-baked pie shell with lemon curd in it? You can buy jarred lemon curd.
Okay.
And it's delicious out of a spoon, y'all. You just keep it in your fridge and you just spoon it and you just walk around like a lollipop. Oh, it's so potent and delicious. Lemon curd. And there's also lime curd.
Gloria's done this multiple times.
Yes.
You don't know her love.
You can also make it, but no, first buy the jarred lemon curd. It's so delicious. So, but like, I think that's sometimes why people feel uncomfortable or they don't feel strong enough to really delve into organizing their finances and really being emotionally intimate with their finances. I don't know another way to put it, even though normally in English culture, when we say emotionally intimate, we mean something entirely different. But let's be really honest. You have to know yourself well to be able to manage your finances well. It's kind of an odd thing, but there are so many other parts of our lives as humans in the 21st century where we do not have to know ourselves well to be successful in. There are so many other aspects of our lives, including most college courses. You do not have to know who you are to get an A in most courses. But you really do need to get to know you in order to get your finances to be workable under all circumstances, including your worst months you've ever experienced, your worst years you've ever experienced. There will be lower lows than you've ever experienced now. But if you know yourself better, more than likely they will not hurt as much as they hurt right now. And that's the real truth. Financial fitness, a lot of financial, like when you're actually are fit financially, what's happening in your finances is what you want to happen and you know what's happening. In order to reach that, you do need to reach a layer of intimacy within yourself and know who you truly are. Hence why I brought up the never-ending stories, various gates to reach the oracle. Because it requires such a level of internal knowledge, of introspection in order to succeed. When it's just money, why can't we just spend it the way we need to spend it? What is all this about?
It'll take a toll on you mentally.
I did not make these rules. So here is what you might need, and then we really will go to break. it is perfectly okay for you to reach out to someone you know and trust who is a non-critical person of you and say, hey, I just need someone to be there in the room or be there online, like how we do live stream, but not streaming, while I work on my finances. Like study hall. It is perfectly acceptable to say, I'm doing something and I may cry and I need you to ignore that. But just when I'm ready for a little chat, you could chat with me.
Mm-hmm.
And reach out to people that you trust and do that. And I know so many people who are like, I thought I was the only one. And I'm like, do you know how many people I've literally actually held their left hand while their right hand filled out their check registers and they like silently wept while I'm reading a book and holding with my right hand holding their left hand while I'm reading a book, because they just needed to know they weren't alone and that they were not being judged. Like, a lot. The answer is, out of over several dozen, probably a third needed someone in the room who that they could go to if it's like, help me with Excel, but also mostly just don't leave me alone here with my brain. You're not unusual for feeling so vulnerable. In fact, I think you're incredibly normal. How you're feeling and how you're struggling with finances is probably the majority of all human beings, and I mean that. I'm not saying that to make anyone feel better, because y'all know me well enough to know I'm not really good at making people feel better. Often when I'm trying to make people feel better, they tend to cry, which is literally the opposite reaction I was aiming for.
One of the best feelings ever was so like I had a lot of debt and my parents were helping me out and I was getting so close and then I fell back and I backslid and I was hiding it from my parents so hard. And then finally this Christmas we went over my finances and got a plan together, and there's hope at the end of the tunnel. And even after all that, they said they were proud of me. And so it's just like, I'm not a complete failure, even though I backslid.
I used to be really good, and then when I had depression, as like the main thing, it wasn't even like my PTSD, which is where the depression was coming from, and the anxiety. It was like I was really only feeling depression symptoms, and every good thing that I had learned and like internalized of years of having an allowance with savings went out the window. Hypomanic spending, not good. And then I've gotten a bit better, and then I am currently not doing so hot, and I'm like embarrassed because my mom and I were doing things, and then something accidentally got put on my card instead of hers. But instead of like and then it slipped my mind to tell her. So now it's like racked up a little bit. So I'm pretty sure my credit score has dropped a little bit. It used to be perfect, and now it's like dropped. And I don't want to look again to see how much it dropped because it's been 2 months and I really need to tell her. But like, once that's done, I'm just like, I need to go back into saving mode, and which is why I put so much behind my Ko-fi, because it's like that money is actually keeping me able to do what I want, but not much else actually. Like anything that doesn't come from there is so like I can't do anything for myself without that money. Whereas my mom helps me do my living stuff because we're able to do that. We're fortunate enough to have that.
So there's this thing, shame. People experience a lot of shame around finances, including what I've seen being discussed in the chat, as well as what we've all been talking about today, about essentially falling off the wagon, so to speak. The finances getting out of control again. And then these feelings of waves of shame. And also often embarrassment. Okay. I understand, and I experience these too. I experience shame about, I experience shame about some odd things too. I've learned that I'm like, oh, doesn't
Welcome to
everyone
childhood
experience shame
baggage.
about it? And everybody else is like, no. But yeah, childhood baggage being a major trigger for my shame. But including poverty being part of that childhood baggage. So here's what I have learned from helping so many other people with their finances, including people I thought were financially doing so much better than me. They were doing so much more than me financial-wise.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, repeat after me, everybody on the planet falls off the financial wagon from time to time. Everybody on the planet falls off their financial wagon from time to time. There is no need for shame. Here's the problem with shame and finances. They are a terrible mix. They're like gas and fire. You do not want to mix shame and finances. And falling off the wagon does not automatically create shame for people, by the way, because I've met a few people who were like, no, it was just, unfortunately things got out of hand. And then, the next week tried to start back again. That's all. And so it's rare, but every once in a while, I meet somebody who does not experience financial shame. They experience shame elsewhere, but that's not where they experience shame. So it's not like inherent in human psychology, but the shame part slows us down or hobbles us. And that's where the finances then become a monster. So what I would suggest is just, y'all are doing a great job of becoming self-aware of, these feelings that are essentially slowing down your ability to react and fix problems as they occur. And that is a really important step toward a easier working financial system for you that has essentially inherently built in when you fall off the financial wagon and got to get back on that wagon. Because what we do in our finances after decades of, really noticing and talking to all these other people and helping all these other people is if everybody falls off the financial wagon from time to time, everybody, people who make over $1 million a year, I have helped with their finances, who have family trusts, their house is in a family trust, and they still fall off the financial wagon from time to time. Everybody does it. Exactly. Everybody does it. There is no shame inherent in it. It just happens. It's called being human. Perfection is a trap. It is not a reality. That's not actually something anybody can attain because it's imaginary. It's part of the fantasy stuff we all write.
Stop attacking me.
I love you so much, sweetie. That's how I'm able to talk from now. No, it's from experience that I'm actually talking. But again, everybody falls off that financial wagon from time to time, and it doesn't mean anything other than you are actually human. Congratulations. You have now had confirmation that you're a real human and not one of those alien cuckoos being put in with your family like in that Doctor Who episode. Congratulations. You are a real human being, and I'm proud of you for finally figuring out you are a real human being. If you weren't a real human being, I would still love you, but at least now you know who you are, what species you are. It's important to species identify, at least for your own edification. Okay? So now that we've all established who is human and who is not, it's totally normal. So what we've done after me essentially helping so many people with their finances and being hired by them to help them with their finances and mostly just hold their hand while they did it. Because I can't do it myself. I don't have the legal rights to fix their finances, but it's scary to do it, especially when we're talking about millions of dollars. So they needed a nanny. Let's be honest. I'm, that comforting person that I am there for the hugs when you need the hugs after you did the very scary conversation with the bank manager. Yes, I am there for all the hugs. And then we're going to go out and have hot dogs, or whatever that person wants. I'm there for you.
Can I have sauerkraut and pickles on my hot dog?
Yes, absolutely. You can have all the things. You can even have a second one if after you have the first one, it's not enough. Yeah. And if necessary, we'll go to another shop to get an ice cream cone or a gelato afterwards. Because you know what? Ice cream helps dignity. When your dignity is a little bruised, ice cream helps.
I know this is about like life finances.
It's a life skills thing, yeah.
But can we talk about like what as self-published writers or traditionally like, because I feel like with traditionally published writers it's easier, but even then, like office supplies, like what can we write off?
Oh, absolutely. We can talk about that both in America and internationally, because I have inadvertently done some research about.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but if you were going to say that after years of helping people that you've created a booklet that you're going to sell through your Ko-fi page, I was going to be like, yes, please.
I mean, I could do that. I just was going to share it after we come back from break, like the basics. But I mean, that's a brilliant idea, Sarah, and I will thank you in.
Say what you want, $1 minimum or whatever minimum. I think it's worth. I definitely think it's worth more than $1. But I know some people are like, oh, I was going to give it away for free, so I don't want to charge for it. I'm like, or you could make money off of your labor.
Fair. I mean,
and experience.
Fair. That's very good point.
There's actually an anime that goes over it for Japan.
Yes, that's actually how I inadvertently found out. And then I started researching because I was like, what is Japanese tax laws for writers? So because that's me, and y'all know I'm a research librarian. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to a break. And again, I would like to recommend a pillow, a squishy, a lovely pet, something to hold and pet, maybe while you get a snack, get something to drink.
There were 8 balls under the couch.
Wow. I can't imagine why he cries so much.
I know.
Here's what Riley will do, the little shit. I love her, but she's a little shit.
Oh, they're all little shit. They're brats, yes.
She's too intelligent. If my mom and I are not paying attention to her, or if I'm not paying attention to her at my place, or my mom's not paying attention to her at my mom's place. It's mostly at my mom's place because this is where she's like practiced it and knows that it works. Whereas at my place, I'm like, I haven't allowed it to work, so she doesn't do it that much at my place. But if we're not paying attention to her, she takes any of her toys, and unfortunately, they're all still like small enough that they can fit under the furniture. My mom hasn't stopped like taking away those toys that she can do because they're some of her favorite toys in general, even when we are playing with them. But if we're not paying attention to her, she will take the toy and put it underneath and then bark until far enough underneath that she herself can't get it. Like she when you toss something and it goes further than what you meant. So she can't get it back out. So we actually have to do something about it. But she'll be barking in a way that we know that that's what she did. So we'll take it out. And then before we can walk away, this is the part that makes her the little shit. She puts it right back under so we can't leave her.
Oh, yeah, because she wants to play a game with you. It's not about...
But she doesn't play fetch unless she wants.
Oh, no.
To. Whenever she pulls
because she invented this game. You invented fetch. She's not interested in this game. She wants to play the game she invented. Yes. Human babies have it. My mother called it Mommy Please Pick Up. And that's where they keep dropping things from the high chair or the crib. And it's called Please Pick Up. And then they throw it again.
I would be the thing where it was like uppy and put me down. Up. Yep. It wasn't me dropping stuff.
No, it was just
I was the thing.
The game. Aren't you enjoying the workout I've designed for you?
Uppies. Let's play Uppies.
Uppies. Who doesn't love Uppies?
You're not the only one, Sarah, at all.
You're not at all. Absolutely. And so on that happy, cheerful note, we are going to take a 10-minute break. It's going to be a lovely break. And then when we come back, well, yes, I will talk about all the things in general terms because we have such an international audience. What are tax deductions for writers as well as other creatives? There may be some things that surprise you. So we will see y'all all back here in approximately 10 minutes. Enjoy the puppies. Maybe beep. Maybe beep. Maybe beep beep beep. Come out wherever you are.
I am everywhere.
How did everybody do?
Good.
Tom made me cackle like a witch during the break.
Sounds like a good time.
He was going to get a visual aid. Tom, will you be joining us? Tom says he's lost connection with his mic.
Oh no!
I could hear her down the hall. Oh, Roy. Tom will be back soon. How'd you do, Zara?
Well, I started not being able to feel my hands because I hadn't eaten at all day. So I started making dinner, and it's going to be done in a few minutes. So I'm going to run it off, and then I'll come back with basically a bunch of sauteed shrimp because the rest of the ingredients for the HelloFresh meal, for some reason, it all needs lime. And you know what they forgot to send me? Lime.
Oh
Sometimes they forget an ingredient, and I'm like, but that's like the one, aside from the shrimp. So,
Okay. You know, it's that kind of Monday.
no! Yeah. Get that little puppy on the couch.
Oh, look at that cutie patootie. I think Tom's restarting. I'm going to try again.
Yes, Roy. Yes.
Like, are you now ready to pay attention to me?
He's so cute.
Oh, he is. He is super duper cute.
Lay down.
So,
Come here.
I think in the meantime, since we've got both Tom and Zara have things that they need to deal with immediately,
Yes.
I figured we would actually go over, as promised,
Oh, really?
addressing envelopes.
Ah, yes.
And that is where the error message shows up. Yay. Okay. Whatever. Oh, why? Okay. I don't know what you're saying, Tom. I can literally hear you talking now. So, there he's coming. What? And this is pressing the wrong button, trying to expand this. Maggie asked us to go over, as a former postmistress, in America. Hello, Tom.
Hello.
Lovely to see you, dear.
Poor laptop.
In America, the U.S. Post Office requires a name when addressing. In theory, and they can become sticklers about this, it has to be a real name, not that bigoted jerk.
They wouldn't accept my aunt's name if I put aunt's first name. They wouldn't accept it. They needed at least a letter for the last name.
Yes.
Yeah. They're actually more in question about the last name than the first name.
Right? So, like, if you put that bigoted jerk Smith, they do.
The problem was she had been remarried again. I didn't know what it was.
Problems.
Yeah, that is. Like, so that is what they're looking for. Although some postmasters can get really sticklers about it has to be the names associated with that box or that address account. So they want you to list all the people who live there. And what I don't like is, like, around here, when you have a mailbox outside your house, they'll actually write the names, the first names of everyone who lives there. And scammers know that and will open your mailbox to see what's written inside and then ask for people by name as if they know them. I have an issue with that. But nevertheless, the last name is the important bit. So do your best to make sure you have the correct last name when you can. If you're not sure, you could just list all the last names. Like if this person has married multiple times, for instance, you could list every name you know of that they've ever had. And often some of their former last names will still be listed at the post office. And so they'll still send it. Oh, very nice. That looks yummy. So again, do your best. So whatever you got.
All right, new poll.
Then street address. What about a P.O. box? So the U.S. Postal Service has made it very clear that you need to absolutely list but the box part has to be there for absolute certain. I'm just making up numbers.
Oh, for P.O. box, capitalize, always capitalize both P and O.
Always. It cannot be. They will not deliver to the PO box. So you can spell it out. You can just put P.O. and it be all capitals, but it cannot be a 0. It must be a capital O. Same for every road in America has a designation of what kind of road. Is it a street? Is it a road? Is it a route? Is it a circle? Is it a drive? Boulevard? It needs to be that because often civil engineering is a relatively new invention in America or acknowledgement. And so there will be a very similarly written street with, say, circle instead. And in fact, that's so like literally where we live in the same subdivision, there is an identical street name for road, circle, and drive just to make things ultra confusing.
Oh, you mean versus where we used to live? Well, our mom used to live. That literally ended, kid you not, with Loop Road.
So loop is a road designation, and road is obviously, and then Loop Road. And you had to put both in order to be delivered to the right street.
Because individually, without combining Loop Road, those are also separate streets.
So it's very important when somebody gives you their address that you write it down exactly as they've given it to you. If you are not certain, I highly recommend Googling it.
Or actually, you can go to online, if not the post office physically, to their
Website?
self-checkout thing, and it'll ask you to put in the address, and it'll help you do that. Because, like, I don't know if anyone else has been online. We were talking with Charlie about their address, but their address requires very specific spelling and style of, how you reference, a country road.
So you cannot abbreviate.
No abbreviations whatsoever. Must be
For
spelled
their address, not for all people's address, but
yeah,
for
but
their specific address. However, when you go to their the post office, the U.S. Postal Service website, it knows this. When we typed in Charlie's exact address, it knew not to abbreviate it, unlike the Postal Service will often abbreviate other addresses. So if you are at all concerned, go to the U.S. Postal Service website. It is free for everyone all through the world. And verify that this address is correct as written. So, okay, where was that? I'm trying to remember everything I wanted to be sure to go over. Okay. So, now it gets a little like, what if they are at unit 8? It depends on how that person is writing it. Again, this is not as important for the Postal Service. It is important, but in case you write, so for instance, apartment 8 versus unit 8 versus number 8, it is not super, super important, but it is still pretty important to try your best to write it exactly as was given to you. Because, again, the Postal Service differentiates between these, and there may be another place along this same road that instead of using unit, lists apartment or lists this hashtag instead of number, and so on. So, again, it's about copying. You know how in school we were told never copy other people's work? This is the one time when they absolutely want you to copy.
I will say, if you're mailing anything to Manhattan, so, or I mean, also Brooklyn and stuff, although it can get a little bit more about like unit versus apartment and things like that. But if you're mailing something to Manhattan, you can basically abbreviate everything. It'll get to you. Or if it doesn't, that's because they screwed up in something else, not because you messed up.
So then, and again, this is important. Let's have a town.
Salem.
Mood.
Salem. This comma is very important to the Postal Service. I cannot stress this.
Yeah.
This comma is super important because it then denotes that the next thing had better be the state. And the state needs to be capitalized. So they want you to put the 2-letter capital initials or abbreviation for that state. That's what they ideally want you to do. It is not the end of the world, however, if you type it.
Yeah, especially because some people have problems remembering like the difference between Maine and Massachusetts. Guess what? Only one of them gets abbreviated MA.
If you are not sure, it is better to write in all caps the state out, longhand, rather than to write the wrong abbreviation. MEMA. I once had somebody trying to write to Massachusetts and they put MS, which is the Mississippi abbreviation. Yeah. They were like, well, there's so many S's in Massachusetts. And I'm like, are there?
There's Mississippi.
Do you know how many S's are? Like,
there's a whole like rhyme little ditty about how many S's are in Mississippi.
I know, for real. And everybody knows it because of the river, at least. So, but nevertheless, there's a lot of state abbreviations that get messed up. Yeah, if you do not put the state in, you will get the letter back.
Because the reason they need the state is for the next part about the zip code, and they use them to verify each other.
Yes, it's a way to make sure if one is off, they can catch it with the other. So, and again, I can't remember. The Postal Service actually has one designated imaginary postal code. But it's not the one I thought it was. Because I used to think like 5 1s or 5 9s, but it turns out that's not
all
it.
zeros.
Oh, thank you.
All 1s is in New York.
Oh, yeah.
So I vaguely remember that part.
Yeah, that's what it's like. I always think it's like, 5 1. No. Yes.
Because again, it's undeliverable.
That's not what happened with me. I sent a check to my psychiatrist, and it never got to her because there was a new postman, and I had put the apartment, but it was. No, I hadn't put it, and it had gotten to like because we did tracking or something, just because it had a check in it. And it got to the building, but it didn't get sent back to us. But it took her a few days to get it.
Right. And that is because the carriers are trying their best. But like, as far as the post office rules, and the rules have gotten worse because dystopia.
Yeah, they no longer employ postal workers that will get a pension. It's all minimum wage work.
Who are put on a time quota where they're not allowed to, like, essentially try to deliver the undeliverable mail.
Oh, okay.
So again, like, this is why Maggie actually asked us to do this, to help everybody out, to like just make this abundantly clear for everybody.
Well, yeah, I mean, you should put the whole address
if you know it.
If you know it. And if you don't, then verify because
it is, it's so important. If there is, a unit or an apartment or a hashtag, a number, they're now not even being allowed to spend that time to like cross check it with the names for that unit, for that building. They're not even being allowed that anymore. So it is so important to, check that, verify it before you actually mail, just so that you will have success. So again, we want to talk about the zip code. It is so important to not guess the zip code or look up and go, oh, this town uses this zip code, so surely, it'll get to that town and then they'll figure it out from there. Again, the Postal Service is not allowed anymore. Like, as far as the Postal Service employees, let me make that clear. And what contract workers are not allowed to spend that time. It used to be 20 years ago. So our town, which has a population of like, at the time, I think it was about 50,000 people. It's now more like 75,000 people. It used to, 20 years ago, have 6 zip codes. And there was the one major one for the entire town. And then there were other ones, like one was for the university, and one was for the east side of town versus the west side of town, and so on. And it used to be that if you just sent it to the street the person lived on and the main zip code, the Postal Service locally would then figure out where it was supposed to go, and your letter would get there. Postal Service employees and contract workers are no longer allowed to do this at all. And they haven't been allowed to do this actually for a while. So it is so important to be sure you have the right zip code. If the person happens to know their 4-digit quick zip, even better.
But only if they tell it to you or you check online for that specific address.
You can't look up their quick zip.
New York City, so Manhattan, all five boroughs, has a lot of different ones. And according to Google, from what I can see, we have 1,792 active zip codes.
Yep. Sounds about right. Because they adjust the zip codes by the population, not by the area. So zip codes do get readjusted every decade whenever they do the census.
Yeah. And the richest zip code is 10005, which is the financial district. So not surprising. And then a full zip code is, you have 5 numbers -4.
And the 4-digit quick zip.
Yeah.
There we go. This is another one I used to think was made up, and turns out it's real. Okay, let me make this bigger. You can, and it's still not. There we go. How about that? Yeah, that looks about readable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is Schenectady, New York. And it even tells you city names to avoid, which I think is very helpful. It used to be they would accept it if you abbreviated Schenectady, and now, and that was decades ago. But that was like the mid 20th century. Now they don't. And that is the code. That is the website for the quick zip lookup. Yep, wrong way, Gloria. You can look it up by address. You can look it up by city, state. You can look up by cities by zip code. So you can type in the address somebody has given you. Look, there's a space for apartment, suite, or other. And you can verify that the information you have is correct. And the person, maybe you are like, I don't know if I heard them right, or, my brain just went out for a sec while they were talking, or whatever. You can verify it before you actually write it on the envelope. So you can mail with certainty, but it is important to really check. So again, I just want to point that out. There are free tools available for everyone. I have used them. I've actually used them a lot when I was a librarian, when I was mailing to other libraries, because you'd be surprised how many librarians give me the wrong address. It's like, lady, how do you not know where your office is? But no comment.
And now for the part that Maggie also particularly wanted to bring up, the barcodes. Be careful about your boxes. There's no problem reusing boxes or, large envelopes and stuff, but you have to make sure you remove or mark out the orange and black barcodes that may be on there. Because if it can anyway scan either of those for a full, across the full line, it has a high probability of going to that old address and getting misrouted.
And if I can't, I haven't gotten the things that you said, those sticker, whatever. But if I can't, then I just make sure to rip in, from the edge inward, even if it looks like a shattered piece of glass by then. Yeah, you can't fully scan.
Because they go by that first.
So you need to be able to interrupt the barcode reader, and the way you do it is not by a horizontal line that actually does not interrupt the barcode reader. What you need to do is circles.
Yeah.
You circle obscure with a Sharpie or pen or whatever, so the barcode reader no longer can tell what is the barcode and what are your circles that you've done together. And that is how you interrupt the old-fashioned vertical barcodes, or the horizontal, the long ones is what I'm talking about, versus the new dynamic QR code type ones. That's a little bit different. So you can actually use as a return address your zip code and the quick zip. So those 9 numbers, there must always be a dash between your zip and your quick and your 4-digit part of your zip code, though. If you don't put that dash in, if you just put a space, the post office will not read that correctly.
And they will assume it's an international address.
Yes. Versus...
Although, real quick, the other thing Maggie wanted to bring up about...
there have been cases of people sending envelopes that they say from a Visa bill to other people with a check in, and Visa not only got the envelopes, but deposited the check meant for someone else. Yes. Those letters, that the bills give you, the envelope to mail back, it's coded in several spots. It's not just one barcode on there. There's actually multiple barcodes. Anytime you see a line, that may be a barcode. Because the short barcodes by the place for the stamp are actually telling it, deliver it no matter what, we will still pay for it. So again, it's going to go to the company that sent you that envelope, not to the person you've actually addressed it to, unless you fully obscured all the barcodes. So, circles and diagonals for barcodes, sticker opaque tape over the QR codes. Yes. It is a fun time for washi tape, I will say. I have been known as a librarian to use washi tape and a little bit of clear tape over the washi tape on an envelope to make sure it goes to the right place when I'm obscuring a barcode. I'm like, where did I put on my washi tape? These are, the questions that plague me at night, for real. I have actually also just used a cut up Post-it and then clear tape over it. Because washi tape is meant to be removable and it will come off when they're being processed. That's why you put this cellophane type tape. Do you notice how you can't see? You use that over the washi tape so it won't be removable any longer. And but the postal service machines absolutely ignore washi tape, which is fantastic. Unless it has numbers or letters on it. This is not the time to like use washi tape with English on it or any other language, quite frankly.
Yeah, be careful of any type of language on your washi tape.
So here we are now, international. I wasn't going to forget you, Laura. So I'm just going to change this.
And again, speaking of tape, do not use duct tape. The scanners really do not like duct tape. It's too thick, and sometimes it'll get peeled off. It's just never good for most uses. And believe me, if it gets stuck in there and they figure out it's your box, they'll just send it back because they hate you. I remember hearing our stepdad talk about, having to clean the scanner after duct tape residue.
Cursed duct tape. Because of the sticky adhesive nature.
There's a reason why you get stuff that's called packing tape. It's meant for scanners and sorting equipment.
Just trying to make sure I got it all right. Okay. I need to fix this a little because it's like, I can't quite remember it off the top of my head. Okay. Nope, I'm the one putting in that comma. I thought so. I was like, no, they don't do commas over in the UK. So if you are shipping international anywhere, you put the country at the very end. US is USA, not US. All caps, USA. England, Ireland, whatever, Northern Ireland, it's UK. I believe Canada is just Canada in all caps, isn't it,
Yeah.
Laura? I
think so.
Yeah. It's like I haven't seen abbreviation for Canada.
I've seen it as CAN, but I normally just do Canada
all caps.
All caps because I'm too nervous to.
Yeah, CAN is the short code, just like USA.
Yeah.
All short country codes are 3 letters, not 2.
Except UK.
Except UK.
Somebody's always got to be a cog in the wheel. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I think they were the first ones to do it, so that's why they get to be special.
Unlike America, who is like, yeah, we're going to use the imperial system just to be difficult.
Just to make it fun. So I have had several people want me to be sure to stress the space in between the two sections of what we would call their zip. They actually have a different word for it because it's UK and they just like to be that way.
Something code.
Thank you. That's the code.
Yeah.
And how very, very, very important this little space is, and to never put a dash or anything else here. Apparently, many postal people in the UK feel it is their personal job to then scold whoever is the recipient of the envelope when there is not a space or like there's 3 spaces. I don't know what to tell you. But again, you can go to the, that country's postal website. Most of them now have a place that you can type in the address and make sure at least like that the city, region, and zip are correct. Bye, Maggie. In fact, the last, I don't know about right now because they are dealing with so much unrest, but the last time I checked a couple years ago, Malaysia also had one. We accidentally received an interlibrary loan book from Malaysia. They mailed it to the wrong library. They meant to mail it to the university. I do not know how they got ours. Well, I kind of actually do know how they got ours. But it was because the person doing it wasn't that fluent in English. And, thought, well, the only library that would be listed would be, the international library at the university. And so when they came upon us, they thought, so we sent it on to the university, no big deal. But nevertheless, I just want to point this out you can look it up. Most countries, their postal system has a website where you can look up at least the bottom line of the address to verify you have it written out correctly.
And also, it's also pays to look up, because as Maggie's pointing out, different countries do have different numbers of lines they use.
Mm-hmm.
Australia is a 4-line system, and China is a 5-line system.
Oh, yes. China is fascinating. They list the floor people live on in buildings or their businesses are on. Mm-hmm. So, and they list it as a line. So 4th floor
never 4th floor.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You're right. No, not the 4th floor, but like the one you will never see is the 4th floor. But
well, I would use that here as well. Like when I had stuff delivered to work, I would say 10th floor reception.
Is that part of Canadian or Canada recognizes that?
Yeah, so it would be like the street address, 10th floor reception, Toronto, Ontario, zip.
NYU office buildings and the literary agencies that I've interned at, when they are at offices that share like the building with other literary agencies. So what they'll say is the floor.
Mm-hmm. And again, you can also verify with the U.S. Postal Service or with that military base. Pretty much all military bases have their own sub website now, depending on which branch they're out of. They have a sub website, and they very clearly will have somewhere, because it's asked so often, what is the address to mail letters? What is the address to mail packages to your base, to your military base? And they will have that information available. I know that most people don't like to do the extra steps to make sure that they are addressing correctly. And I really do get it, because ain't nobody got time for that. We all are so busy. We're so stressed. We got so much going on. But don't you want the dopamine of knowing it was absolutely addressed correctly, so you will never have to do it again? It's not going to come back. I may have
taken a picture of all of the Christmas cards we sent, just so I have proof of this is exactly how it was addressed. If it didn't get there, why didn't it get there? Here's what it looked like at the time.
Right. So I just want to mention that for your return, especially when you're mailing internationally, the best thing is to ask your local postmaster, if you're absolutely not certain and you think there's a danger it may be returned to you, like you're a little bit unsure about the address you're mailing it to, ask who you're mailing it to, like the front office. Do I have this addressed correctly in case it gets sent back? And they will then give it further scrutiny to make sure that it is correct, both for U.S. Postal Service as well as the country you're mailing this envelope or package to, just in case it does have to come back.
And also, Maggie does remind us about APO. You have to fill out customs forms and check restrictions of what can be sent to that country. Sometimes even for the U.S., because sometimes what'll happen is someone gets deployed and it'll get forwarded from that base in the States to wherever that group got sent. And so they already still need the international customs done on it.
Yes. I have known several bases that if you're mailing to them, they ask that you go ahead and fill out that customs, because it's one of those major deployment bases that deploy internationally. And they're like, just go ahead, because more than likely we're going to have to forward a lot of these packages. And then therefore they will adhere to a stricter rules about what can be mailed to them. So one of the big ones that gets caught is those chocolates with the little alcohols in it at Christmas. So, I mean, it depending on the decade, sometimes you can't even mail those into Mississippi. For realsies, y'all.
Boston had so many weird laws that are so old. It's you can't have more than 4 women living in a place together, or it's considered a brothel.
Oh wait, no, you know,
Like they couldn't do sorority housing.
you get 5 women together and somebody's going to be cashing in.
Yeah, Netflix.
Don't worry, Mississippi has it drawn out even worse. It was 3 women with their shoes off in one house.
What if it's a grandma, a mother, and a granddaughter?
They still have to have their shoes on.
If the granddaughter is of age, if they're all living there, it's one of those. The police usually don't, but no, they are actually free to enforce that law at will.
So that's why house slippers are such a big deal in Mississippi. And you think I'm kidding, and I'm not.
No, I realize you're not, but I never thought about that.
Yeah. It's open to interpretation of local law enforcement. So why, yes, it has absolutely been abused, including in the 21st century. I've heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I just like not to make people feel like addressing packages and envelopes is a burden. It is not meant to feel that way. It's rather, I want you all to be familiar with, there are so many free, very quick resources that'll absolutely help you. You know, like the U.S. Postal Service. And remember, the U.S. Postal Service is USPS, not UPS. It's U.S. Postal Service. And that every country has their own postal service, or I say every country. I'm sure somebody is like, not us, whatever. But in theory, most countries have their own postal service. And many of them, if you look in the top right or left corner or the bottom right or left corner, there's a little American/UK flag, and you could click on it for English, because that is what diplomacy has gotten us. At least most international or most other countries' postal websites also will translate to English. Thank goodness.
Although if you do have to go international, and the U.S. Postal Service says no, we don't deal with them, you go talk to DHL. Yes, they will deliver to truly the middle of nowhere.
So you say, but will DHL? And the answer is, when we originally read Good Omens in the 90s, we were like, it's DHL. Because DHL will deliver to the deserts with no address. You just put, it's in the desert 10 miles outside of List, a little town no one's ever heard of. You know, out in, Northern Africa. And DHL will not guarantee a month they will deliver it, but they will guarantee that they will deliver it within a decade. Y'all. And yeah. I was like, is that though really good? And there's a lot of NGOs, non-government organizations, who are like, look, it's all we have. We'll take it. Also, DHL, like, the reason why they're like, we'll promise we'll deliver within a decade is what happens is they hold it at the nearest DHL location until somebody is driving in that direction. And then they load the packages for maybe Bedouin tribe onto somebody's, truck. And then so they're like, within a decade, somebody will surely be heading out there. But it'll still get there, and they will know the name of the person who was entrusted with the package. So yes, DHL is the one who we always imagine in our headcanon was the one delivering all of the swords and everything in Good Omens, because DHL will get it there eventually. So we wanted to raise that. We think it's important, and just know you always have options. And also, there's always DHL. I swear to you, and this is maybe my own prejudice, but I think what keeps DHL and other companies in business is the Filipinos who work everywhere in the world and then want to send care packages to everywhere else in the world. It's called Pasalubong, and it is practically an institution of its own.
Oh, no. Balikbayan box.
Balikbayan, sorry. Balikbayan, it's practically an institution. And so, when you've got that many care packages traversing the planet at any given time, somebody's going to be heading in that direction eventually.
Also, if you want to mail a large amount, large box to anywhere in the world,
you need to
look up Balikbayan box rate.
The cheapest you can ship a package of any size, go literally Google Balikbayan.
Let me go
and that country.
How do you spell that?
Like literally, Google will fix it for you, but it's Balak
There's I just typed it.
EALIKBAYAN box. The best prices to ship any package, no matter the size, anywhere on the planet, will always be found for Balak Bayan boxes. And I literally researched this just to check, because whenever we have a little money, we mail Balak Bayan boxes back to where we used to live in the Philippines for, the friends and people we, who became like our family. We mail them, the things they care about: Crystal Light, canned tuna, Spam, the things. And the canned meats and things that they apparently put on their mantle to show off. Okay, whatever.
I mean, it will take 2 to 3 months to get there. It is truly the slow boat.
But if you need a package to get anywhere on the planet and you do not want it to cost you $500, the answer is for the very affordable rate of a Balak Bayan box. And then what I love about the Balak Bayan boxes, because there's several companies that do this all over the planet, is they have very intensely detailed web pages to tell you how to pack everything known to humankind, short of live animals. Because you should
now you
not.
have to actually order from them the box.
But the box is part of the price. Bless you.
Yeah.
And the reason why you have to get their box to ship is because they know it's like sealed with various products so that it'll be resistant to oil, to water, to you name it, to, I don't know, rat feces, whatever.
And it will perfectly fit in a shipping container.
Because these shipping containers take the slow boat to everywhere. But again, if you need a package to get anywhere on the planet, I cannot recommend enough going through one of these Balak Bayan companies, and they are very reliable. Very, very, very reliable, because like the Philippines kind of runs on Balak Bayan boxes.
Yes. The national product of the Philippines is foreign workers for the rest of the world.
So what actually happens is, so all these Filipinos work everywhere else on the planet, and then they mail back the nicest things from the country they're working in that they've been saving up. Like they get jeans on sale, expensive perfumes, whatever. They ship all these things back to their family as gifts, and then the families, as appropriate, will save some of those things for various family members or sell them so that, pay rent. And this is essentially how a really big chunk of Filipino economy is actually run. Like, this is a major part of the Filipino economy is resale.
Yeah.
And that's where you can actually get real Gucci bags at very, very low rates that are not knockoffs or fakes or anything. Is their resales from Manila, from the Philippines. That's where this is coming from. So, again, this is essentially a global economy, and this is what it runs on.
A few other companies have sort of started up that handle other regions. Like, I can't remember offhand, but I know there's another one that handles South America. But if you start with Balak Bayan and then the country, Google understands to go route you to. How do I send a box like this there?
Also, if you're and I use stamps for this stamps.com because it's easiest. But if you are shipping books books, DVDs, CDs, and something
multimedia materials.
Yeah, you can do media mail, which is a lot cheaper.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
Through USPS. So
yes.
In America to.
Yeah, there's another one never to forget about is media mail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes,
it's been amazing.
So here we are.
Help me when I ship stuff to Canada, though. Did not help.
So now we have taxes, and as a quick aside,
yes, Tom would like a quick interstitial
to play the game. I say this with love. Do you believe me? How much do you trust that I say this as truly a caring, compassionate friend?
Don't you have to address somebody, or do you mean all of us?
Yeah, I'm like, what? I need more context.
Who are you talking to?
This one is mostly for Laura, although, you know, there probably is some uses for you too, actually, Zara. But I think you already know about these. And that is, you can buy these really thin boxes, as well as ones on rollers. Glory's classy. And they fit perfectly under couches. Because that's a lot of balls. And at this point, I'm starting to wonder if Roy just has the feeling of, look, you took my balls, go fetch my balls.
Yes, I do know about those. My mom doesn't have any.
Yeah.
But Glory was checking real quick, and like Walmart.ca has that one I just showed you, the Sterilite one, the plastic one, for like, what was it, $15? Or something? Like, they're
Why
not much.
talk when I could just have, you know, show you?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 62-liter one with wheels is $26.94. Again, I want to point out this is Walmart.ca.
So
And
it's Canadian dollars.
this
So they
one,
don't count.
It's like Monopoly money.
That's what my dad says.
Oh, cool.
Look, dad jokes are universal.
Yeah. This one is a fabric type one. And look, they've stuffed a pillow inside. You can see the lines of the pillow. But that may work better with couches where you're not sure how much rise you have. For the low price of Clear Cut deal at $10.99. I am receiving absolutely no money for this. I just am like, please, I want you all to live well and, you know, keep your sanity.
And now that we have an address, there's part of me that's like really wrestling with I could drop ship this. I could totally drop ship this. We'll see
$10.99.
how Laura takes it. But it's really tempting.
Yeah. So all I
Roy
did
does that
was
so much. Like, obviously it is a little problem for him.
I just Googled underbed storage Canada or underbed storage.
Yeah.
And because I had bought those two that Tom just showed from Walmart. So that was why I clicked on the Walmart, because I knew that they had several. And that's not that I'm trying to advocate for Walmart or anything. I am not. But at a certain point, it's about sanity. So.
What's sanity?
I know. It's this fleeting thing that makes you not feel quite so homicidal when you need to not feel homicidal. Yes. I've heard about it.
I thought that was drugs.
Not necessarily. Let me tell you how drugs can be disappointing.
Also, they can lose their effectiveness over time. Again, something not discussed about them. Like, they're not as good a use as people think.
So, not that we're saying that we're going to ask in a month, so any underbed storage available?
My mom was like, just take the legs off the couch.
I know, but it's hard to get out of the couch when
I know.
You know, you're like sitting so low. Also, it can be kind of a strain on the knees even when you're sitting in it. So
I got this couch for free from a friend of a friend who got a new couch. And so when I moved in, I just took the U-Haul over there and picked up their old couch.
But that's what we were thinking about, just, under storage. Of like, that way the balls don't roll under. And if anything, maybe put a few of this stuff in there.
Put like your summer clothes in the winter there, or your winter clothes in the summer there.
That's true.
And that way you would have a little bit more room elsewhere. And also Roy can't store the balls so deep in.
I have to take the broom handle and sweep under.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there because, again, we want you to be happy in your home rather than must not murder. Must not murder. You know, like, I know that feeling.
He's too cute to be murdered.
I don't. Maybe it's just me. Not about Roy, but like when Cassie was 5 months old and she was going through her major whining stage when she was a puppy, it was just like, I tried to give her away. I literally put her up on LiveJournal and was like, please, will anybody take this dog? Everything. She'll get, everything comes with her. The crate, the food, everything. And nobody would take her. I eventually figured out other ways to deal with it. Mostly that was where I came up with the whole leashing her to my pants and dragging her around the house. let me tell you, she doesn't whine when she is, very close to me. So, and also she was on a leash. So whenever she was too far away, I could just pull her back because she would ignore me. And I'm like, bitch, ignore me. Again, talking about a female dog. She was actually. And she definitely lived that definition up. So I just pull that leash closer and then pick her up like, no, stop it. I told you not to go nosing around in there. Because what do dachshunds like to nose? Dachshunds truly are the embodiment of a wiener trying to get into everything that they shouldn't. Is it an opening? Is it dark in there? Oh, I need to get myself in there and see what's there. Like, yes, they are in the embodiment of a wiener. So, anyhow, that's what Tom had me cackling about during the break was, I brought visual aids.
Let's play the game. All right, they say they believe me when I say I love them. Are they really going to believe me? They say this like, out of just love, and do you know about these? Have you thought about them? If I lived near you, I'd probably just bring it over. I'm like, this is what I really think of as real gift-giving material, is the, have you thought about this before? I don't think you have. Let me go get you some to try out.
I can never spell Walmart correctly. I always have 2 L's.
It's just the one because it's the Waltons. That's actually where the Wal part comes from. Oh. That's their real last name is Walton.
Walton's Mart.
Yep.
Was the original store.
Yep. The very first one. I mean, Laura.
Yeah.
I'll just send you in the private chat the link. Oop, it's there. There you go. Yeah.
Even better.
So, this is not tax advice. I am merely sharing information and knowledge that I have gleaned. Tax information can change year to year and even region to region, depending on your state taxes as well as international taxes. So I highly recommend actually consulting with a qualified professional that is educated on your particular circumstances. Nevertheless, we can talk about generalities because of course we can. So, does anybody have anything they want to know? Or I could just talk about what I do know.
Why don't you just talk about writer's glory?
What's the policy for, I was too stressed to submit my U.S. taxes last year. What do I do this year?
There's actually
when I made no U.S. money.
File an extension. That, like, so for instance, as we're talking about U.S. taxes, there actually is, like, for instance, TurboTax can walk you through help I need to file last year's taxes and technically 2 years ago taxes. I'm a year late. And TurboTax will walk you through that, by the way. And what I would honestly recommend when using services like TurboTax or Intuit, what is that other one? Quicken, I think, is it? Or QuickBooks?
Probably.
Is read the pop-ups. Read the little question marks because they really do contain some useful information, particularly if it's your first or second time going through a complicated process in the tax code. So go ahead and read everything that you can click and get a pop-up for and go very slow. So you would want to do it when you have time to focus, when you actually, have some focus you can give to reading through it. And not expect to submit the first time you get through those wizards, but instead go sleep on it, wait 3 days, and then come back and go through it again to verify that the information you put in the first time is correct the second time. That is tax advice I have, period. Never submit after the first time you've gone through your online taxes to submit. Never actually submit. Go sleep on it. And then give it 3 days. And then come back with fresh eyes and pretend that you're just verifying everything. So you still got all your paperwork and you're just making sure that the person who prepared this, you actually put everything in correctly the past time. That is my actual advice for doing taxes. I've done decades of taxes now for myself and my multiple businesses. And that, I have dyslexia, I have ADHD, I don't always sleep well. And that is the best way I've caught some major mistakes, as well as the advice I give to other people. And so many people have told me they've caught a lot of mistakes by doing this. I don't care if it's the 15th. I highly recommend you do not submit the very first time you put everything into the wizard.
Also,
I gotta feed this puppy.
specifically for U.S. taxes, go to irs.gov and go to Free File, and it'll list the specific links for the different companies that offer Free File and under what conditions they will file for free. Because just because they are one of the participating ones, if you go through their main website, it does not necessarily allow you to file for free U.S. taxes. Because, that's the way the U.S. rolls. But if you go always through the irs.gov link, that one will always actually be free filing. As long as you fall under the rules they state, like under 40,000 or under 50,000 now, in that year and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. So, what other should we discuss? Like what is advertising? And that is tax deductible?
What is deductible for writers that writers often don't think about as part of their expenses as they are a company?
Okay, so the way, I can say the way the IRS looks at it, but the truth is most other tax gathering entities in other governments look at it very similarly. And here is what they are looking for. In what you are when you are deducting, is it differentiable from your personal life? So if you are deducting office supplies, how do you denote your writerly office supplies versus your personal office supplies? You need to be able to show that there is a difference. Like, say, for instance, a box labeled writing supplies. Having that and having it in a separate part of the house than your personal office supplies is part of it. Is you need to be able to denote and show with verifiable pictures that there is a difference. So, yes, we're not going to call them vacations, we're going to call them getaways, can be research and therefore tax deductible as part of operating. If you can, for instance, show, I went to Acapulco and then I wrote a story where the character goes to Acapulco. If you just happen to enjoy yourself while you were there, that's not a crime. But you need to be able to show, and that includes documentation. So I would highly recommend, if you're so we're going to use the example of Acapulco vacation. You are going to take pictures of the streets, the roads, the restaurants, the places that you're like, this is inspiring. This may be a setting or this may be a scene in the story. So you take pictures and you keep them in an album separate from your personal vacation photos.
Or also, especially going to a library there to research historical data of that town. Whether that's in the library or the city hall or wherever. Again, showing that this is an actual research trip.
And what other accountants have told me is, you better, if you're going to say city hall in that town, maybe to do genealogy research or something for this story, take a picture of the front of the city hall. Take a picture of what that room that you went to go do your research looked in. Number one, it shows that you were there. Number two, it shows that you are doing research. It is sort of like a visual presentation example, should you, God forbid, ever be audited.
Oh, so, and speaking of audits, unless you read all the guidelines and you can verify every bit, it's no longer advisable to take off the home office in the U.S. That is their new red flag, that they're just auditing everyone. Be careful of that one. because they've changed some of the rules about what qualifies as a home office, and it's no longer a portion of a room. It has to literally have a door on it. It has to, essentially it is a self-contained area, or it no longer qualifies as a home office, and there's more requirements.
So if you even have a bed in there that you sometimes as a guest room, that would not qualify as a home office anymore. It can in no way be used for any other purpose. So it's they have audited people who even had a separate exterior door to their home office, and they still audited and then did not allow them to take that as a deduction. The IRS is using it as a red flag. And I have been told this by several big, expensive accountants about this is like the one thing we just don't let anybody take as a deduction, even when we know and they have the pictures and everything to prove it. It's a flag the IRS is using, so you just don't do it. So this is just the US, but again, it's just the one thing you don't take is you don't take the home office deduction. You can take the office supplies deduction, you can take the advertising deduction, even though, seemingly you don't have a separate office, even though you are actually using a separate room for your office. They've set up the algorithm to flag for audit anyone who uses the home office deduction.
But versus printers, take off as part of your advertising budget of printing up stuff. Now be careful of doing computers because of multi-use. And again,
so that is the issue with multi-use. So if you want to use a computer for your writing income, it would need to be separate from your personal computer that you play games on or you use for web browsing. It would need to be located separately, at least separately in the room, if not in a separate room. So again, it's the multi-use issue that the IRS and most other tax gathering entities around the world are looking at.
And that's why
it
heavy
is
metal in Scandinavia and Finland, especially Finland, is known for such outrageous outfits in their heavy metal bands. And that is because if they want to deduct their outfits for their band on their taxes, can be no chance that they would wear this day to day. And that is literally why you have,
these rather outlandish, they are incredibly outlandish, expensive, complicated costumes. Also, if any part of the costume could be converted to use for day-to-day wear, such as leggings, then the whole costume is invalidated. So again, that's why it has to be this really complicated thing. That's where that's coming from. So again, it's so much easier to deduct the trip to Acapulco than it is to deduct the home office or the computer. So, what can you deduct? You know what you can deduct? You can deduct membership to various associations, periodical subscriptions, the Poet magazine, and there's the Writer magazine. They're put up by the same company. Any of those, anything like Writers Market, your yearly Writers Market book, if you buy those, any memberships, like website memberships for researching historical stuff, all of that would be tax deductible as long as you are writing in that context,
Also, all the stuff you put into advertising, whether that's being noticed in advertising on Instagram and YouTube and Facebook and such, or in actual newspapers or getting printouts of stuff.
So Canva would be tax deductible, and software that you purchase that is pretty much you're only using for your writing work. Graphic design, photo editing, and so on.
So like the stuff you use for work, Laura, if you had to purchase any software for it, that's tax deductible.
Right.
It is the equivalent of buying work boots. You're not needing steel-toed boots in any other context. You only need it for work. Therefore, those boots are tax deductible as needed for working expense.
because
But
you
it also
cannot
gets
do that work
complicated
without them.
because I had to upgrade my internet so that I could work from home. But I use the internet for more than work, so it's like,
However, you could show that you had to upgrade your internet for work, and that difference does show it. It would
Yeah.
depend on, I would honestly still pay attention to how both Canada and America are, evaluating that when you're filling out your taxes. But it does show like this is what my base internet cost is, but then I had to pay for this in order to do my work remote. And because I'm doing remote work now.
And the level of data transfer is not feasible without this level of speed. Like it just you cannot work remotely with this size of data structure. And they get that. They get, businesses deal with that all the time. That's not really a question. They don't question as much, what do you call them? Kind of like ink. It's consumables. They really don't question consumables as much. And internet is actually more part of consumables than it is part of, what do you call physical devices you buy and purchase and own that you lose value on? Assets.
Yeah.
They're more questioning actually about how assets can be used in different forms than they are about consumables. Consumables, they're just like, it gets used, it's hard to verify, it's not worth the trouble. They really don't flag that much.
Yeah.
So
I got to write off my laptop because my other one could not connect to the internet anymore.
Oh, wow.
I'd had it since college, like middle of college. So it was definitely on its last leg. And then it basically completely died like 2 days before we started working from home. I was like, no! So I had to emergency order this laptop. Like,
what were you saying,
shipping
Vera?
cost?
I've been listening to the whole thing. I was away from my computer at the time, but for like I use Adobe Creative Suite, and so theoretically tax write-off immediately just because obviously I use it because you mentioned Canva and things like that.
Right.
But because I use it for school, my internship, and my personal writing stuff, is that multi-use or can I just...
No, the multi-use they're talking about is for fun. That's the multi-use they're
like
questioning.
Leisure. Think about leisure.
If you're using it for multiple businesses,
I'm like, oh, that's 3 different types of work. But does that
if you're using it for multiple businesses, they only are concerned that you only take it off for one of the businesses.
Fair enough.
But other than that, no. The only multi-use they're questioning is if it's for leisure activities.
Yeah, that's not tax deductible.
Versus, you're using it as a student and as a business.
So what I have been asked in the past about this, when I've asked about similar, of like, I'm using this software for multiple, businesses. So the accountant said, which one is the primary? Which one are you the majority? And I'm like, I don't know. It seems even split. She's like, pick one. And that's the one. And don't forget which one it is. So, and, so essentially the answer was whichever one needs the most deduction. Because for me, it was like I had an established business and then I had a burgeoning business, and I was pretty much honestly using them almost evenly at that point. She's like, which one are you making too much of a profit? That's the one. So
and that's actually part of why Microsoft and Adobe, in part, were starting to offer software as a service with yearly subscriptions and monthly subscriptions, because those subscriptions are far easier to deduct on business taxes than purchases of software.
Because with software, you have to then deduct their value every year.
Yeah.
And you have to keep track.
Everybody hates that. Versus with yearly subscriptions, it's much easier.
It's right there.
Yes. So that's what you're looking at is, and do ask yourself, what am I doing that really has nothing to do with my personal joy? I mean, like, look, we all love to write for our personal pleasure.
We all love to travel.
We love to travel. We do all these things, but who's benefiting? Is your writing going to benefit? Then your writing is definitely should shoulder the cost. It's not just leisure. You're also doing research. If that's what you are doing, is research.
Do we have to do like DBA first before we do any of this, or is this like
At least not in the US. The US, you can totally just do a Schedule C as, this is your company side of your
you're independent.
Yeah. You do not have to have a DBA first. DBA is just more of it makes it easier to do check writing and payments for other people.
Yeah.
It is not a requirement.
I have done decades now of 1040 Schedule Cs.
And you can have multiple Schedule Cs on one.
You can. I think my record is 5 in 1 year. 5 Schedule Cs. And even TurboTax was like, you seem really busy.
Well, that's what happens to me whenever I open my mouth and I say what I did. Whenever I'm on a live stream, people are like, you don't sleep. And I was like, I do. I swear.
Part of my brain sleeps while the rest of me works. I am Dolphin.
Oh, no. That's not how my brain works. Mine is work until it's like, okay, lights out. You're
but also, and the other part of another one that red flag, so be careful. Speaking of, using your, travels and other things and multi-use is you can only bill one company for that time and those expenses. So
can you give an example? Because I don't think I'm totally getting the.
So let's again, we're going to Acapulco. Okay, so again, we're going to Acapulco because we need to research our writing. Maybe coincidentally, you also actually have part of your school project that requires some data from City Hall there. You may still only charge your hotel room the full price of the hotel room to either your writing Schedule C or your student expenses schedule.
Right. Okay. So like the creative, the Adobe.
You cannot split the hotel room between the two. You can only take it off for one.
The IRS flags splitting it.
Yes.
Okay. So it's one of these of you want to be fair, but not too fair.
Yeah.
Now, I have been told now, and I want to point out this was 5 years ago by a professional accountant. However, you can charge one business the hotel cost and another business the food, the going out to eat cost.
Yeah. Those are two separate bills.
Split it, but that's not actually a real split. It's just who's paying for what.
You can have each different meals, 2 different ones as well. But you can't have the same meal split between 2 functions. If
you do want to make a eating out or takeout experience text or to be able to deduct it, to take it as business expense, I highly recommend this trick that several accountants have taught me, which is with your receipt, you write out what was discussed or reviewed during this meal because the IRS cares.
Yep.
Also, who was with you if you were not eating alone. They want everybody's full name listed. You do not need to list like their phone number or anything. You just need to list Bob Jones, Tom Davis, whoever, and then what was discussed that is business related to the business that is going to take this expense. So write it on the front or the back of the receipt, y'all. The IRS cares about this so much.
And again, that way it doesn't look like you are making something up after the fact.
That is why they care.
Can you, like if someone has QuickBooks, can you write that off on the tax thing, the thing that's helping you do your taxes?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Actually, usually there's a specific one they ask of, are you paying someone or have you paid for this?
Have you paid for any software or any preparer to assist you in your tax preparation? And there's a place where that is then deducted.
And then usually the software has programmed in how much of that is allowed to be taken off.
Yeah, depending on what schedule you're running and how much income you've inputted.
It's that one's not necessarily 100%. It depends on the year, the government.
It keeps accountants in business, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Because states are separate from federal. But
so yeah, I recommend, even if you're doing takeout and you're getting takeout to your house, and then you had a
or to your hotel room.
Or your hotel room, and then you had, say, a video conference or a phone conference with someone while you ate, again, you're going to take that receipt, you're going to write out what you talked about, who you talked about with, and, say, for instance, it was on a phone conference or a video conference, you're going to write video conference with Tom English. We discussed this. And you're going to also write which business, if you have multiple businesses or multiple schedules, you're going to write somewhere on the front or the back of the receipt that do it that day. The IRS so cares. I've been told that the Canadian tax gathering department also cares and likes it when people have been trained to do this as well. But
yeah,
don't quote me on that one.
Downloaded 3 of QuickBooks apps and
have fun.
I don't know, man.
I
The
love
Canadian Revenue Agency likes to call me a lot.
Yes, but and again, keep
automated
your
stuff.
physical receipts and keep them filed, organized. It's an excuse to buy pretty file folders. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I know we all love stationery. I know we're stationery people. So look at it this way. It's the way to make things, to have more excuses to buy more paper that is pretty. But I cannot stress enough. So what I used to do to keep, because I had a problem with eating out so much for business, that it was hard to keep the receipts in the right month, because they fly out every time you're trying to find the right folder. They're flying out. So what I would do, I actually had a couple systems, but if you don't have that many, just paper clip them by month. And so that they won't fly out of your folder when you're, going through them at the end of the year and pulling each one out. But absolutely, you keep all of your receipts for 7 years.
Yeah, that's one of the few things that I have.
Your receipts, any receipt you receive, any invoice you receive, please feel free at any point, particularly after receiving it, to write notes on the physical invoices, not on the envelopes, the physical invoices, the receipts, whatever, and what business it's for. The IRS likes this in case you, God forbid, ever are audited. They really like if you write on every single piece of paper what business this is for.
Because also then they don't have to ask you when they're doing the audit. They can automatically just put it into that pile as they just want to verify the information.
So at a certain point, when I was doing the 5 different Schedule Cs, I had custom-made stamps. I ordered custom-made stamps, and I just started stamping all the receipts every day or once a week with each business name, because I got tired of writing all these business names on all these receipts and invoices. And it's I'm just going to stamp them. Even when they already had which business they were to, I just started stamping all of them. And let me tell you how many, essentially, paper pushers were like, oh, thank you so much. You are a goddess. So I cannot recommend enough. Either write it out, or if you are so successful that you essentially are generating a lot more paper, get yourself one of those custom-made stamps. You would be surprised how inexpensive they are. We're talking less than $20 for these nice, ever self-inking stamps. So you never get the ink on your hands.
Those.
Yeah, it's less than $20 for these custom-made ones in any font you want. Because you can just upload the image, and then they just, they'll even have it cut out ahead of time, and you just stick it on your self-inking stamps, and you can have the name of the company on there.
Nia also asked, can you photograph them and keep them in a folder on your computer? And yes, that counts as a photocopy.
You can. I would highly recommend you have multiple copies. So you'd have one in the cloud. You have one on 2 different hard drives.
And preferably a USB drive.
Yes, because if you lose it, you lose everything. But granted, even paper is like that. I mean, there are other ways, So it's just one of these of where you'd want to be sure you have multiple copies and you know where those copies are.
Because even in businesses, in part because of thermal paper is always very thin for cost saving measures. I've been in businesses where literally it's just go to the photocopier, we photocopy the receipt, and we file that photocopy because it is a lot sturdier, it's larger, it's harder to get lost.
Well, because
But then do you write on there, or do you?
Yes.
or you can have already written on your receipt and then you photocopied it.
Yeah. Either way.
Because the issue with thermal paper is often, since we're talking about 7 years of receipts, people often store their receipts in unair conditioned or low air conditioned environments, and thermal paper, when it gets hot, it blackens. So all that data disappears.
Also, some of them just denature over
And
7 years,
people
and
don't
so it's just
realize
not there.
The information will blacken at even 88 degrees. So it doesn't have to get that hot for all of that receipts data to disappear. So again, taking pictures or photocopies or scans is a great way to manage it. But again, you'd want to make sure you have multiple storages of those just in case.
And make sure it's already denoted on there what company it's for.
So,
and what its purpose is.
And I would honestly write it on the receipt itself before even taking the picture.
Yeah.
So that it's very clear to the IRS that this is not an afterthought. That is what they are concerned about. So, again, it's noting all that information. Also, one of the best practices I ever was taught from somebody who literally spent decades of her working life doing accounts receivables and accounts payables is anytime you pay a bill, you write on that invoice or that bill in big words, all caps, paid, the date and the amount you paid, and the transaction or check number. I thought this was kind of pedantic. However, this has saved my butt so many times in the last 20 years. I cannot tell you. I've lost count of how many times it saved my butt personally when I'm having to reconstruct because Quicken or some spreadsheet has just had a fatal error, damn it, and it just died a horrible death.
Or a software update suddenly scrambled all the old databases.
What is what goes to what? Or an audit. To have all that information there, I have literally had so many other filers and other people who are essentially involved in this process saying, thank you so much for writing this. We wish everyone would do it. So I would like to get you all started as soon as possible on this best practice of every single bill, including for your personal life. If you have a physical copy, or even if you have an online copy, if you have a place to make a note on it, you're going to write all caps paid. You're going to write transaction number or check number, the amount and the date, and preferably your initials, because one day you will not be the only person doing this.
And also that way, if you do end up double paying some bill, you can show you have two separate transaction numbers or two check numbers, and they are far less likely to argue with you about it. And it just makes it a lot simpler, more pleasurable, not as exhausting emotionally. / they don't try to weasel their way out of it either.
Yes. Tom also thought I was pedantic for years, didn't you, Tom?
Oh, yeah.
He literally said it to my face. He said, Gloria, you're like, this is where you are too high maintenance. This is literally the spot where you'll become too high maintenance. He said that to me. And I said, I trust the person who taught me this. I'm going to keep doing it. It saved my butt a couple times with the bank and other companies. So I'm going to keep doing this. And if you love me, you will do it too, even if it is a pedantic, high maintenance thing. And he's like, fine, I'll do it. What was it? 2.5, 3 years later, he's like, oh my God. Do you know how much money we just saved? 700 something. Because I'd had him doing this. He had agreed and he actually kept his word to do this on every single bill, every single invoice, everything that comes in, all caps, paid, date, transaction number, amount, who, and the initials of who actually watched that transaction and wrote this down. He's like, we just got $700 back because I could prove in like literally 3.5 minutes we had paid all this, because they were telling me absolutely not. They were not going to give us the money they'd overcharged us. So Tom is now a believer. And I feel like if I can convince Tom, you all need to also agree.
But yeah, it's like anything I pay online, there is a PDF or at least JPEG copy of the screen when it's paid. Just so I have it, just in case. because stuff happens.
Mhm.
And the online stuff is great for making sure you get a transaction number,
Mhm.
because those are definitely the most important piece of information to be able to look up any payment. Because on the downside, it's still not a joke, as much as it sounds like, of ownership is 9/10 of the law.
Mhm.
If whoever has the money, it's theirs until you go to a lot of effort to show it's not actually supposed to be theirs.
Mhm.
With the exception of cops. Yeah. But that's its own rant.
That's a whole nother.
Yeah.
So that is some of what we've learned. Also, if you are using it to advertise, that is a deduction. So if you bought extra copies of your book and you gave free copies to people who, said they would be interested in reviewing your book, that is advertising.
Mhm.
That is advertising, and it is a tax deduction. I don't care about the morals.
It has to be on one account, though, right?
What do you mean on one account? What?
Like sometimes I buy shit with my mom's credit card, and sometimes I buy it with my credit card, but it's all from my thing.
Only if you can show that you're paying part of the credit card.
Okay.
Wherever the money. That's the only problem with electronic payments versus cash. Is you do have to show that you have responsibility for those funds, or you cannot use that.
Okay, so Kat says, Gloria, can you make a guide/workbook that has all this info in it? Maybe several for the different topics.
And I say yes, and please put it on Ko-fi, and you can design them in Canva.
That is true. I hadn't thought about it, to be perfectly honest, because it's just like,
I'm still mercenary since I've created my Ko-fi page, but I'm like, if someone can get paid.
Yeah. And it's something we've talked about for years and we wanted to do, but we didn't have a way to share it with others. So then we sort of would give up on this idea. We've played with this idea for a couple decades now, honestly, but because I love workbooks, y'all. But yes, we can share all this because I don't want the information to die with me anyway.
And yeah, this is not actual, what's called tax advice. This is simply,
we're talking about best practices. A lot of this has to do with filing.
Yeah.
And it is unfortunate that there used to be professional people who filed, and I mean who literally file folders, just literally manage your actual file drawers. And those people, everybody think, oh, that's unskilled labor. No, it was not. That was literally generations upon generations of learned information about best practices. The most efficient way to find any information, and before, you could just search for it in a database. And thankfully, my mother was one of the, that last generation who did any kind of filing. And she was trained by all the little old ladies and little old men professional filers. And then I met a few other people who all gave me their tips and tricks. And thank God, I actually remember most of what I've learned that has worked for me and shared it with other people. This is really useful information. And I don't know why nobody talks about it anymore, other than essentially we've lost several generations of people right before the internet really took off. And so we have lost this information. But yeah, we can make this into essentially how Tom has a step-by-step how to fix computers, how to make your computer or laptop run faster. We can do this because, again, it's super important and nobody talks about it. And I don't understand why people don't talk about it. I think people would rather talk about, how to write erotica than how to file your paperwork correctly, so that in a crisis, when you're in an anxiety spiral, you can still find the paperwork you're looking for in, a moment.
And yeah, anything involving money will induce anxiety. I mean, this is a no.
So in order to make sure your book that you are buying to give to a reviewer to review, how to make sure it is tax deductible. Here it is. There's one golden rule that actually makes it tax deductible. Are you all ready? I want you to buckle up.
Oh, I'm buckled.
I want you to listen closely. This was told to me by people who worked for the IRS for 20 years and then worked in private practice as lawyers and accountants. This is how you take it from the IRS could quibble you to, oh, it is very obviously an advertising tax deduction. You put a non-removable sticker on the front or the back with all of your business's contact info on it. We are done.
That's
I
it.
have typed. Hold on. Tom bought it for me. Here is my tiny mic. I've dropped it now. He gave me this tiny. Isn't this adorable? Hello, it's my little mic. So it needs to be very obviously non-removable. What that means is you can buy the stickers, but they need to be absolutely certain to be the non-removable kind.
So look up stuff like permanent.
Permanent sticker. And they need to be like very obviously not a mistake sticker. So not small, but like maybe almost the width of the book. So that this is obviously not resellable. Now, can they still resell it? Not your business. Who cares?
We've
Not
seen
your
people
business.
resell, books without covers on them.
People resell used shoes, y'all. Shoes that have obviously been through swamps. And someone else will still give them $5. Because they were Jimmy Choos once. Okay. I'm just saying, like people will resell anything. That doesn't matter. It just has to be very obviously you have marked this in some way where it is now not for original sale.
It's not new stock any longer.
So a sticker, the width or nearly the width of the front cover, but you put it on the back cover, on the bottom. It's fine. And it has your name, your company name, your contact info, your email address, and maybe a note. This is for advertising purposes, or this is for review copy. Whatever you want, because you could honestly print them on your own printer. That is still acceptable to the IRS. But you have now denoted this is now for advertising or promotional purposes. And again, promotion by the IRS is also advertising. But I guess from a business moral point of view, it's not, whatever. So if you want to use promotional, that is the word that is acceptable both to the IRS and to, say, Creative Society. That's fine. But that is how you do it. Let us say you would also like to give some swag away to anybody who's already bought your book, but you want to tax deduct the koozie you're about to mail someone. How do I tax deduct the koozie, Glory? You put your company name on it in a permanent way, like you had it printed with the name of the book or the name of your company or your publishing company or your name, writer. And you mail it. It is now advertising, y'all. So it's a tax deduction. You only really care about this part of tax deducting if you're making enough profit. There will come a day, I have faith in all of y'all, there will come a day where you will need to take a deduction because you don't want to pay the taxes. Because business taxes without appropriate deductions is redunculous. Because they keep lifting the corporate taxes, thinking that they'll catch the big corporations when in fact they pay people full-time to avoid them. So all that gets caught are the little people who are actually trying to do real work.
Oh, and by the way, as far as promotional material, that's kind of like where like the back of putting the large sticker on the book. It's simply that you do need, if it's a product you sell, then you need to somehow denote that this particular product is not for sale. So that's where you would put promotional use only or advertisement.
That's where if you've ever seen, you get a swag bag and there's a packet of tea in a little baggie, and it says for promotional use only, and you're like, how do I promote this tea? What is this? That's what that is. It's just a legal requirement by the IRS so that they could tax deduct it. So yes, you can mail people who buy your book free swag, free promotional materials, as long as you've marked every single thing with a sticker with your business's name or your name and then listed promotional material.
But the promotional material is more for things that you would otherwise sell. If you also sell that, like if you sell the stuff that's in the swag, if they could also purchase that, that's where you have to put promotional use or advertising.
Like a book candle.
But if you don't ever sell bookmarks or book candles, if you only sell books, it doesn't have to have that, because the only way they can obtain that is as part of a, swag or bonus material. They cannot directly purchase it. There's not as much.
However, if you ever decide to start selling bookmarks later, the IRS can come get you retrospectively. So
yeah,
it's one of those of stick your sticker on there just so they know.
That's why it's best practice.
Wait, put the sticker on the bookmark, or
because if you
or
don't,
have it already printed on there.
Because if it's not, then if you ever start selling that, the IRS can come for you if you've ever took a deduction for it.
Deducting previous bookmarks you've printed out, and it's been in the last 7 years that you've taken a tax deduction for advertising or printing out your bookmarks, and then 3 years later you started selling bookmarks, they can come and get you later. So
the IRS are still assholes and pedantic.
So on anything you're not trying to sell that you're trying to use for promotional reasons, go ahead and just print it. Put a little sticker. You can have if it's a bookmark, let's say a bookmark is this size, you can have a little tiny sticker on there that says for promotional use and the name of your business or the name of the book. That's all you need. You don't need much. You can have it on the back of the bookmark. It's fine. I have literally been doing this for years and years. It totally works. And the cost of the stickers are also tax deductible.
Everything concerned with promotion and advertising is deductible, because it does not technically earn you money.
Back in the day of the video store, remember we had a back room, and we'd all go with all the clerks, all the staff who wanted to go with us to the bars. We would go to the bars with a whole fishbowl full of flavored lubes and, silicone lubes and what were those little naughty mints in the little the Mylar bags. And we put the video store stickers on all of them. Okay. And we would pay for everybody's cover charge to get in, and we pay for everybody's drinks. And then we'd hand huge handfuls of these samples that are all stickered to all the other staff who went with us. And their job was simply go out, party, and hand this out to anyone who will take it. And that was it. And the whole night of partying, including all the cover charges, all the drinks we bought for everybody, all of that was tax deductible for promotional reasons. Like we went to go promote the video store, and we handed out advertising materials as well as business cards. So all the business cards we paid to have printed were also tax deductions. All your business cards you print are tax deductions, y'all.
Yeah, so anytime you see a company event, like, infamously Monster and Jägermeister alcohol, and they have those big events, they are literally not paying a single cent. All of that comes off of their taxes. That's simply...
They are doing it to not pay taxes.
Yeah.
Because they're making enough profit. We were doing it because not enough people were coming, and the staff were like, we want bigger bonuses. And I'm like, the only way to get bigger bonuses is we have to do more sales. And they're like, all right, when are we going out to the club? So that's what we would do. But let us say that you have a new book coming out, and you have a whole mailing list, a physical mailing list of people who've previously purchased your books. So you want to mail them postcards, nice postcards, about the new book coming out. The cost of printing out the postcards, the cost of mailing the postcards are all promotional. So they're all advertising costs that are tax deductible in the promoting of your new book.
And this is where it is actually useful to buy, once you know how many postcards you're going to mail, buy that postage all at once. And so you can write on that receipt what that's for, so that it's easier to denote this specific amount of money went to this. And so that's what you're taking off the taxes for.
Yeah, if you bought $70 worth of postage at once, you just put on the receipt, I bought the postage to mail out the postcards to promote this title. That is all tax deductible. Now, of course, obviously per country, your actual country's tax rules may vary somewhat. However, from what I have found, for the most part, these are pretty standard tax rules. Of if you are trying to promote a new book, it's tax deductible, like the promotion of a new book, or even your first book. All of these things are part of your tax deduction. But yeah, like, be sure to start working on, if you're getting business cards or anything like that, that you are going ahead and noting that is for promotion. Because nobody buys business cards for non-promotional reasons. Like, what are you going to do with that? Make like a little house of cards? What's happening? That's not a thing. Unless you are making art out of that.
Unless you film that and then you...
I mean, if you're making art out of it, then again, you needed it for, purposes of your business to...
It becomes content. Materials.
It would be props for content creation. But also that's like why, so there's a couple content creators on YouTube that wear very interesting, somewhat glamorous outfits when they film. And I've done a little deep digging and found out, and these are like, one of them is in Australia, one of them is the UK, and I was like, do they own these? No, they rent them from a costume store because the rental is tax deductible. But owning it, it's because it becomes an asset, it becomes much more quibble. So they just rent all these really gorgeous outfits for like a month at a time. And that's what they do. And that's how it's tax deductible. So it's something to think about in the way you craft your business.
And yeah, a beauty tube, all their makeup is tax deductible.
They ain't paying for any of that.
Of course not.
When they get another company to give them free makeup, that company is now using that as a tax deduction since it's for promotional reasons. Yeah. So again, nobody.
And that's also the explanation behind something people may or may not know about, which is B2B sales.
I know about it.
Business to business sales between two businesses, if it's for the purchasing business to use as materials to make products they sell, or for consumables for advertising other stuff, none of that's taxed. That is why you get a B2B card at like Costco or Sam's Club, but you still have to tell them which parts are which are non-taxed and which aren't. And they ring them up separately. Mm-hmm. Now, they report that to the IRS. So again, it's auditable. Be careful about it. But that's why business to business stuff is not taxed, because you're getting a product from someone and now you are using that to create a product for you to sell. But since it's not yet for public purchase, otherwise it would be double taxed. And they try to minimize double taxing.
You get a tax license from your state. And then, so for instance, you go to Walmart and you say, I have a tax license. I need you to process me. And you get a card from them that the cashier knows to type in this code so that you are not taxed. So for instance, the video store, there were times where we'd run out of, say, Coke products and popcorn and things, microwave popcorn, because we'd sell those at the video store. We'd run out. And so I'd send somebody with the card to Walmart to just go purchase a couple cases of soda, several boxes of like Pop Secret or whatever, microwave popcorn bags. And that we were not then taxed on it at Walmart. We did not pay Walmart sales tax because we were going to sell it. And that is where the sales tax is then paid, is by the consumer.
Or if like DVDs were streaming the same day, no matter the source, like Walmart was getting it the same day that the video rental places, we would just get it from Walmart because often it was even cheaper than we could get shipped to us.
And also we'd have to pay shipping to have it shipped anyway.
But, we can purchase it at Walmart, and again, we're not paying taxes.
Because we're going to rent it out, and we charge people, like the state requires we charge people sales tax for rentals. So because we are collecting sales tax at that end, we as the video store do not pay sales tax to purchase the DVDs to then rent it out to consumers.
Interesting.
So, for instance, let us say that you are a creative person and you want to do an art project where you make your own books. You literally handcraft your own physical books, like Mom and I did a long time ago with the Eating on the Cheap cookbook. And so you need to purchase paper. Because you'll be charging tax on the sales of the books, you yourself as an entity do not pay sales tax on the purchase of the materials like the paper, the binding combs, the plastic covers for the books. You don't pay sales tax on any of that because you are now going to create an end product that you will then charge sales tax at that point.
But for that, you go to your state's tax office in your county and say, like, you are a startup as a business. You will be making products to sell for purchase, and you can double check of like, it's just, like say like it's going to be for a personal small business, and they'll tell you like how often you need to file taxes to maintain your tax license.
Mm-hmm.
But with that, you don't have to pay taxes on your materials. So is it worth the effort or not? It really depends on the person and the situation. If it's a real small situation, it may not be worth the extra effort.
Yeah, if you're talking about like it's $3 worth of sales tax a year that you're paying out, that may not be worth the trouble to you to go, file with your state and send in that paperwork every quarter and all. It may not be worth it. It's up to you and to your state at what point are you legally required and at what point is there wiggle room. The state will tell you and you can determine if that's what you want to do or not. But I will say, like most states, their sales tax people are really nice. They'll very much will walk you through it. They try to be very helpful and understanding as long as you meet deadlines. As long as you meet the sales deadlines and you mail all your stuff in and it's postmarked on the dates or before the dates they tell you, you're fine. This is the one thing they don't like, is if you miss those deadlines. So it's that of like, these were not difficult things. We did this back when the internet was young and fresh and we had no idea what we were doing and there was no available help online. We did it back then. If we can do it literally paper, I promise it's not hard now. So I think that's probably about wraps us up, at least for today. I mean, it has been 4 hours. I feel like we've done a marathon. It's a lot of finances.
Why did that go by a lot faster than I thought? Like, I didn't realize how late it was.
Because
I think that's a good sign, right? It's a good sign.
Yeah, no. It's a good thing. It's what I'm surprised that we're that far.
As I said, we've been running businesses for decades. We've been working on our own personal finance for decades. And before that, on our parents' finances for, a decade and a half. It's been a long road, y'all. We have more information we didn't even get a chance to share. But again, it's been 4 hours. I may need to do a potty break. So I figured now's a great time to call it quits. Per usual, for those who are interested in hanging out, we will be in voice chat in the clubhouse in our Unicorn Council Discord server. If anyone would like to join us, I'll be playing Don't Starve Together with Brian. If anybody wants to join us on Don't Starve Together, they're also welcome. Or if they just want to hang out and do their own thing on, in voice chat, that's what we all do. We all hang out. So we'd love to have you. If anybody needs a link to the Discord server anytime, please let me know. Would anyone like to do an outro? It's optional. I understand. Good now.
I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's always got stuff going. There's always irons in the fire.
Yes. My name is Sarah Hoffman. I'm the self-published author of 6 books, a young adult paranormal romance trilogy and a new adult sci-fi romance trilogy. You can buy them as signed paperbacks from my Ko-fi page, which is ko-fi.com/Sarah. My brain fart right there, live on camera. Long day. But also there through the end of this month, if you commission me for anything, whether you are an indie published or soon to be indie published author, or someone going for traditional publishing, there are lots of services there. And if you use the code feeling22, feeling spelled out and then the number 22, then you get 8% off. I am also running a Scrivener 50% off code giveaway with some other author tubers who I've roped in, because NaNoWriMo got the 50% off code, and we're like, we already have Scrivener. So that I will drop a link to that giveaway in this chat, but also Glory and Tom are going to be on my YouTube channel tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for writing sprints, and I will also make those announcements there too.
Awesome. Thank you. Fantastic. All right. Also, Laura's great. Wherever this one. Laura's wonderful. And links below, and will be links after the show is over, and I remember to put Laura's links in. And Tom, too. Did you know Tom has a Vela project? I'm just saying it's there. And that now Vela is available on Kindle Android app for anybody in America who would like to read Vela. Yeah, I also have one too. Oh, very nice. Zara has put the code for the Scrivener code giveaway. Excellent. Thank you so much. Let's see. Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern on our Twitch channel, we will be going over getting ready for next Monday's show, which is caring for yours and other bodies.
Yes.
Guess what? We also have decades of experience, a variety of experiences. And we would love to have everyone join us. If they want to, they can. Every week on Twitch on Wednesdays, we play around and we all workshop how to come up with snappy YouTube titles. And also, people submit ideas for viewer polls. So that is where we get all our polls, is people submit during the process while we're also doing writing and productivity sprints. We prepare for Monday's show. We'd love to have y'all join us on Twitch. The links are down below. Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time is Coffee Bunny. This week, it'll be on Cat Leo Writing's Twitch stream. All I can promise is there will be chaos. Always chaos. Sometimes coffee, sometimes bagels, sometimes crochet, sometimes games. I have no idea. It's a wild ride. We all hang out
already, and I'm hungry again just by you talking about all this stuff.
I still need to finish my breakfast. So, anyhow, that is what we do. Have I forgotten anything? Laura, do you have anything coming up?
Not yet.
I just wanted to check just in case. I was like, maybe I'm the asshole. Anyhow, and forgotten. So that's what we've got coming up. That's what's coming up on Monday. If anyone would like to join us on screen, we'd love to have you. If you'd like to just join us in the chat, we'd also love to hear from you about your experiences, tips, tricks, and questions about how to care for yours and other people's bodies. Yes. Thank you all so much for joining us. And if you've made it this far, mwah! Bye-bye, everybody.